All right, we're starting. I'll take a slight hitter of water. And welcome everybody to Rain 51. Almost an entire year of rain.
Longer than I
That's
think.
not actually true. We've definitely missed some weeks, so it's
it's been more than a year.
A year's worth, but it's also longer than it's longer than Singularity War and Gensakai so far.
I think Gensokai's the bigger one there, because like Singularity War is weird because we played like 10 episodes of Sprawl over like 2 years before the switch to Genesis. And Singularity War may make a comeback for a brief job. I don't know if we've said on this
where we left off.
Loth's going to be out for a couple of weeks in July, so we'll probably grab like a short shot or something. Sorry, let me pull a little closer to my microphone. I'm like my sound waves are a little small. Anyway, I usually start the show with the patron read. It goes a little something like this. Special thanks to our patrons like Adam Hartblex, G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JD Fantastic, Charlie, Legendary Boss Under, Rise of Kenji, Rogue, Ben Sharvor, and Varian the Crow. Thank you for your support. I wouldn't need to remember to read it out at the beginning, but we don't do any like post-processing editing on this. But it's rain, and depending on what in the visual layer Lucky is looking at, you may see that we do have a map for this. There was a little discussion last time, so we do have some assets. And in the text channel where we're rolling, I have relinked to another map.
No, I'm going to be not trying to show the map because it becomes very much a pain in the ass when I try to switch between the map and the image. Although I might, actually, now that I think about it, let me see if I can fucking... Maybe I could picture the map. That's what I'll try doing. Hang on.
Maybe.
You could pop it out as a separate window to do that.
Well, it's already done that on my screen, so I can, keep track of both items at once. But I'm talking about the...
Yeah, so you can look at.
Yeah. But let me see here.
Hey, why did you delete that?
Let's see here.
Well, it might be being recorded eventually forever.
Okay. John Cena.
You're John Cena.
Thank you. I'll take that.
So, let us recap a little. You guys have just accomplished a daring raid on the warehouse full of pirates. Where there used to be 40 pirates, there are now 0 pirates. Technically, you did not kill everybody. I'm pretty sure
we did
Inos,
kill
like,
a lot
terrified
of people
twice. So, like,
and
that's like 12 or 15 guys who just ran into the night.
Well, they also ran into the water.
Yeah, several of them.
Pirates, they know how to swim.
At least 4 of them.
At least the ones that weren't on fire.
8 like jumped into the water. So there's no telling if those guys are still alive. Nicola did set like 6 or 7 guys on fire. Those guys are fucking dead.
That was just fire. Jelly gasoline fire.
Yeah, alchemist fires are just Greek fires. It's very nasty. But doing so, you guys rescued a bunch of the Veil folk, the Men of the Veil, the Fogveil, etc. And heard through like drum calls, and I mentioned before, kind of like whatchamacallit, like horn blasts. But you can tell from the timbre of the sound that these are like hollowed like boar tusk horns. They're called horns because they're made from horns, chat. So not like brassy. More like, Boromir desperately yelling for help at the end of Lord of the Rings. But, there's also drum rolls going on. So there appears to be some kind of incident where a group identified as the Vanguard of the Hidden Valley are doing something in the dark.
Hopefully it will distract the pirates for us.
Yes, because as you can see from, like I said, I did a rough map, and I mentioned before, the scale is a little scrunched because I, like, drew it vertical and then was like, well, it's 90 degrees anyway, so I just rotated it. But, you're in a fjord. It's a little narrow. There's some stuff. There's some cliffs everywhere. But you guys are in the warehouses, which are the kind of, southern splotches of color, and you need to haul ass to the little wooden lines, which is where the docks are rebuilt. Thumbs up. So, first of all, if there is any sort of like recapping or tactical discussion or anything that people need in character, this is your opportunity to do it. Because I assume you guys are just going to basically hug the water side. I mentioned before that basically.
Does everybody remember their groups?
Yeah. Because navigating there will not be difficult, even though it is dark and obviously there's a lot of like chaotic sound. Because like I said, to remind everyone, Sphinx was described previously. Basically, the entire like coastline, the entire waterfront of the town was like flattened and shelved into a dock. So even though like the outermost edge of that has degraded, that means that there is, I guess the equivalent of like a boardwalk basically running the entire way up to where the pirates or somebody has repaired those docks you need to go. So you don't need to worry about that, but if anybody does need to double check anything, now is your moment.
I'm doing a thing here. Like we have our groups, we have our plan. Dallas, don't be putting gifts on the board. I will do something violent. But we have our groups, we have our initial plan, we have our thoughts on, on the escape. Is there anything last minute that anyone wants to try and do? Like I said, the folks of the Hidden Valley are making their escape. We got the prisoners with us. The money's in the Citadel, but I don't think we're gonna have enough time to get it.
No.
Yeah. I want to think of something, but I can't at the moment, which is bothering me.
All right, let's go to the ship.
Do not. I'm gonna say this. Do not be bothered.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If something doesn't actually come up, then it probably isn't that much.
Yeah. But I'm just giving you.
I did say before I would like everybody to basically like reestablish the groups.
All right.
Okay. So, Group 1, also known as Blow the Hell Out of the Ship Group. From what I remember, is me, Konrad, I believe it is Matthias Gladwin. I think it's Logesh, and there's one other person I can't remember.
Well, it's more than one other person because you're horrible at this. So it's
Yes.
Konrad, Nicola, Ike, Matthias, Mora, and the White Lady.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's the one I thought.
It is the bigger ship.
Yeah. And that that leaves excuse me, Logesh. Logesh is also on the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone else is on the windlass.
So.
Including Oriadnir, who is on the windlass.
Yes.
I want to make a token for them.
Well, they're
I'll
gonna.
make it.
If you need to contact them, yell across the fucking ships.
Yeah, I'm not gonna need to keep track of every single NPC like all the time because the map scale is decent enough, but also it's a little small.
Axe does bring up a point. As I am controlling Oriadnir, I probably should make a token for them.
Fun.
I feel like I'm forgetting people. I know the windless group is smaller, but I'm like, it should be more than 4.
There's
No,
Thorin.
5 or 6.
Yeah, it's gonna be Inos, Leslok,
Everhelm,
Alestra,
Thorin,
Oriadnir.
And Oriadnir. Yeah, I think so because
Isn't that 6?
Okay. I'm trying to double check everybody, and then
Are we not counting Oriadnir as a person?
Yeah, because
I mean, strictly
4,
no,
5, 6, 7, 8.
because he doesn't have like
3, 4.
command or knowledge stats.
Yeah, because I
Well,
we wanted
like
the
a
Foxhound
creature.
group to be a little bit bigger because we are expecting the boss battle on it,
It's true. You know that there are men upon it.
and we know
Also,
there's probably
I'm-
men
oh,
upon the
God.
Windlass, but I am not expecting a boss battle upon it.
And
I'm also not technically in combat for the. From what I remember, my job is not combat on the uh, ship.
Like
It's to
actually,
sneak into the powder stores and blow it up.
Aurelius also
Corey,
supposed
doesn't
to
mean
be
you
on
won't encounter it though.
That's true.
Yeah.
I just say planned combat is not in my future.
besides, we know the Willows group is like. No, I don't think it's fair to say are less combatants than comparatively others, but
No, Inos is like
No, it's fair to say that.
pretty good.
Lester's the healer.
Yeah, no, like
That's literally her job.
yeah.
Well, yeah, no, Alestra's not super well suited for combat, but no, Enos is just as competent as any of you.
I just try not to make it
His
thing.
his
but
methods are more exotic.
I do feel like something's a little weird though about the breakup, and I don't. Oh, I remember why now.
Yeah, I think one other person should be going with you. I think we have too many people on the.
Well, no. I think. No, the problem was I thought we had a couple more people with sailing on our side, on the windless side, so we can get up. But I think the only
I
person
thought
on our side.
Matthias was supposed to go with you.
Well, Mattias doesn't have any expert sailing.
Yeah, no, that was Nicola, but Nicola decided to go with the other side.
Well, yeah, you swapped him back because the problem is, as evidenced
Alestra
by
doesn't have
this image,
swimming.
is Alestra can't swim. She doesn't
Yeah.
have any athletics.
Yeah.
So there's the question of like, okay, how the fuck is she going to get from the Foxhound to the Windlass?
Yeah.
If
Okay,
people
so,
can see the pip on the map, the
I
Windlass
will-
is the smaller, more pear-shaped boat.
I will say this: there is someone with sailing on your crew.
Yeah, it's just Everhelm.
No, Oriadnir has 3 in sailing. Technically, he gets an 8 in it. It's one of the skills I chose for him.
I'm curious, what skills does Oriander have?
Okay, I'll
Dallas,
list
hold
off.
on. Is that allowed? I gotta check my own rules.
I thought it was.
Supposed to
If
be
it's
able
not,
to do
I can
that?
take it off. I thought it was 4 skills because I got a 4.
Well, yeah, but you're not allowed to take any skill. You created a fucking elemental. He can't know basket weaving.
That's fair. No, that's fair. If that's not allowed, it's not allowed. I figured
double
sailing was although sailing is a knowledge, it was inappropriate because I was imagining him not necessarily steering the ship by any means. I was more imagining him helping with like rigging and shit.
Well,
Like, don't do
It is-
big
it is
burly
I
sailor
believe It's an
tasks
expert that's like under.
because it's under coordination. That's the thing.
Yeah,
The skills
it
have
is
to
an
be in
expert.
coordination or body.
let's see. Prime Elemental. Half you're right. You may assign them dice and skills up to the number of your no sorcery pool and the usual skills, such as fight, dot, stud, etc. I'm gonna be a real mad guy. You made it vague.
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad.
I will
because
go
hey,
back
also
on it
talking
if
about him
that
not
makes
being
no
a
sense.
person. Those are the normal skills that creatures and animal companions have.
Yeah, no,
If you
what-
want me to take his
was
no sailor
referencing.
off, I will
Yes.
I will replace it with
Also, he's an
something.
expert, but yeah, no,
Shit,
that's-
this means my eventual umbral spirit cannot have expert made. I cry.
No.
Yep.
That's tragic.
It
Never
is.
mind. But
I'm inconsolable now.
regardless, I can go across once I'm finished. I finished set up the bomb.
Well, honestly, yeah, we're probably not gonna leave until we fucking get. So I guess it's a moot point anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're
I'm
gonna
sorry. What's
sail
Everhelm's?
away.
What is Everhelm's sail
It's probably like a 1 or 2.
pool?
I don't even. You said he had
Yeah,
sailing.
Yeah, if he's only got
Sure.
1 or 2, I'm not trusting him to. No offense to Everhelm, I'm not trusting him to sail out of here because isn't this supposed to be like a not easy to reach spot?
I mean, are you thinking of Konrad? Konrad has 1 in sailing.
Yeah, everyone doesn't have any expert sail.
I could have swore
Oh.
we had someone else who had expert sail besides Konrad and Nicola. I thought it was Everhelm, but I guess
I
I'm
might
just going
have
crazy.
told you Oriadnir did.
I'm looking at his. I'm looking at his skills right now. No.
Wow, lucky you botched that
Yeah.
one.
Yes, correct.
Because I
I did
have
not realize
None
that
of
was
the
on
I
his.
NPCs
God
currently
damn
have any
it.
sail.
I have a pool of
Yeah, you've
7
been
and
used forever.
6.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
I have
Yeah.
a pool of
Yeah, it's
7.
Moses.
Yeah, sorry. I have a pool of 7 in sail, so I can get us out of here.
Well, I guess that means you're just gonna. Well, honestly, I think it's better that there's more people on the other boat anyway, because it means you'll be done over there faster. We just have to hold the boat till everyone gets back.
And if it gets
Yeah,
dicey, I got guns.
Speaking of last minute double checkings, technically I think you guys would have discussed this the afternoon last session basically. But yes, it sounds like now that we're double checking everybody's abilities and we like swap people around, the plan for Team Windless is more to just, because you know there's a skeleton crew there, is more to just clear the deck of that skeleton crew. You know, get the prisoners safely on board since you have them, and then hold the boat down until the other guys are ready to leave, because not only would you not want to leave them behind, but also now we are like double checking like, oh yeah, nobody on that boat actually has the, you know, skill to sail the ship, especially under these conditions. So yeah, we're going for more of a grip and hold. Lucky BRB. I don't know if you paused the video then, because I wanted to BRB.
Leave your BRB. We'll entertain the guests. No.
Hello, my baby.
Pause
Hello,
the
my honey.
audio for a second, so there'll be
Hello,
more reason to check out both the
Conrad.
video and the audio version. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. I will pause the last.
Omega just left. I knew.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I wanted to say, in real life, it is now summer 1, so I had to go run and refill my water real quick. Okay, so the crew is divided. We know the general game plan. As you guys are running, like I said, you're kind of running along the dock side. It is dark, but it is not so dark, especially because, one, actually, this is a good question. Inos, are you going to re-up Soul of Night, or are you guys just hoofing it?
Oh. If people don't see us approaching the ship, that'll be probably good. Like I said, there's a hammering and a collaring, but if people don't see a group of people running for their boats, we might be able to get on board. So yes, I would like to re-up Soul of Night.
Okay, well, then I'd like you to cast it.
Go, my
You said
bones!
You picked up a couple pieces of kind of quote-unquote charcoal.
I will definitely make some sort of awakened pendant or something later, so I do not have to worry about this.
That's why there's a little bit of a material cost there. They're important.
Jesus, that's gonna be 4 tens.
All right, so that's 10 minutes, and that's fucking a lot of penalty dice.
Activate
so-
something.
You guys are running. Well, I will say this: with everybody taking like -6 dice from how dark it is, you're probably not running.
No, probably not.
Probably more of a jog. Probably more of a speed walk.
Yeah, because I think
You know,
it's only...
you don't want to like lose your relative position and accidentally
long-
step off into the bay.
How long is my
What's it
chain? I'm gonna extend my chain out. I want people to like, hold on to it.
I need to double check how long.
I think we said that well. You got like 10ish feet, I think, 9 feet.
Yeah, 12.
What is it? Using Enos's chain to make sure everyone knows where they're going, like a
Well,
rope.
yeah, Inos can see just fine, but
Yeah.
I think that's like a really good store fine. To double check on the night eyes last.
I think you'd still get the. Actually, no. Does Soul of Night say it? Is it only if you're naturally dark adapted, or does it say if you use sorcery you don't?
I
get
don't
a
think it
penalty?
says. I don't think it has a specification, but I will double check.
Oh, 9 less hours. We're fine.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm double checking Soul of Night, because you might still only be. But I think I'm pretty sure it's -1 die for every width on the spell of
Oh
Soul
yeah,
of
no,
Night.
it is. But Soul of Night. Those with dark vision. No, it just says those with dark vision, such as Iron Demons and Atoned Soul Crafters, are unaffected.
All right, let's check the wording
So-
on Night Eyes.
It just says it just you suffer a
No
difficulty.
penalties due to difficulty or penalties due to low light. No, I think you're still taking -4. It's supernaturally dark.
Damn. Okay, that sucks.
Well, your night eyes are good for seeing in normal ass darkness.
This isn't normal.
This is
darkness.
supernatural darkness.
Well, and I mean, here's the thing. Night Eyes is like the cheapest version of this spell you can get. It's a difficulty 2 to get hours of seeing in like ignoring penalties for normal low light. That's pretty good.
Fair.
Soul of Night is a spell that's going to last like 10 minutes.
That's fair.
And
that ice works
Inos
more
has
for like a whole night.
Many more stuff going on there. But yeah, so like you'll be able to see perfectly fine once the darkness goes. Actually,
Fair, then I guess we're all just holding on to
no,
Inos.
actually, I'll have Alestra save casting True Seeing until you're actually on the boat. Because if she does that, she can at least see through the fog in the bay.
Mhm.
But also, as previously established, True Seeing also comes with a penalty.
Headlights
If
for
she casts
eyes.
True Seeing, she would be able to see through Soul of Night because it says that she treats it as if it's daylight outside. The problem is she literally can't make stealth rolls while doing that.
Oh my god.
Eyes are glowing.
Just to make sense,
Headlights.
our group is attacking from the water, correct?
No.
No. And we talked about that? No. You guys are not going to swim. You guys are going to run up the dock. Take
Yeah.
the gangplank. That's why you can see him. You can take your pick. There's 3 gangplanks.
I am
By
going
the way,
to cast...
I do want to point out that does mean, by the way, this is a very long pier. Every square should be approximately 5 feet. These are D&D-esque square rules.
Where's our measuring tape? God damn it.
I am going to cast something, however.
Oh yeah, that's like 100 or so, 100 more feet. Yeah.
Yeah, the Galleus is like...
A little bit of a mind
Go
frag,
for it, Dallas.
but I am going to cast a glamour on myself. I'm going to put an illusion over myself. The third one, pass unseen. I'm going to put a solid color illusion over myself that is the same color and material as the dock.
Okay.
That is roughly how that works.
I'm on fire. He's made of wood now.
No, I will still be
basically
on
you-
fire even if I'm not made of wood.
What is it? Pass unseen? What's the actual for that? No, pass unseen the first one.
No, sorry, it's the
Oh,
third
no,
one.
you're not doing pass unseen, so you're doing silent image.
Yeah. I'm doing silent image.
Technically, I don't think you can predator camouflage with silent image.
Well, no, I'm not predator camouflaging. I'm making myself solidly the color of the dock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't do that.
Wait.
The projected image over yourself to look different is to like change your face. Like it's a like it's not like a flat plane, but it is like a single solid image. If you turn yourself the color of the or to look at the dock, that means you're a walking dock.
Yeah, no.
I want to be a dock.
Dallas, if you do that, I will give the pirates plus 5
Okay.
billion to see you.
Guys, don't you see?
Walking
Nicola is
piece
a
of
dock.
wood is
tall.
way freakier than anything else you could be do. Just use hunting
Okay.
stripes to get plus 1d on stealth.
Fair enough. I just didn't know if this
Well, it's
counted
not.
as
It won't
nature
work
or not.
inside the boat because it's not natural. But you know what I mean. It's like
Yeah. I'll just roll
use it for
stealth.
the water or on the dock. It's fine. It's like that's way weirder.
Sorry, I'll just roll stealth.
Well, you'll all roll stealth if you have to, but you don't need to roll stealth yet. So, Inos makes it super dark. You run
Super
out the
dark.
chain. So like you guys are kind of following along. Like there's a lot of like shoulder touching or gripping Enos's chain. Inos, I think you kind of like I think you're kind of in the lead because like while the darkness is centered on you, it is like you have the best sight
Yeah.
through it. It's not like other people can see super well. I would like everyone. I was going to offer to make your pick of sight or hearing, but there's a lot of penalties on sight, so just roll hearing again.
Thank goodness, hallelujah.
Let's see if you can glean some new information. So I'll say this, the bubble
The bubble.
of Soul of Night won't like cross over the deck of the ship until you're like super close, because it would be the equivalent of like 6 squares in this 6 square radius.
Aren hears on.
Thanks. Same brain cell, Dallas.
Yep.
But yeah, so it's not gonna like kill their lanterns on the ships
Yeah.
until you get like super close, and I don't even know if Enos is gonna hold it all that time. But
Oh,
that means that you guys can kind of like see the two ships that are docked and like where they are because they do have like watch lanterns lit.
Yeah.
But if they, shine a lantern light out onto you, that lantern light would just evaporate, basically. It would stop at the edge of Soul of Night.
I love the spell now.
Yeah, it's a fun one. And to recount, because this is from a top down, the Gallius is like, I want to say like, but somewhere between 10 and 15 feet up. Like your gangplanks, running like 15 feet or like 10ish feet up, basically from the dock side. Like it's a pretty hefty boat. It's got multiple layers of decks, reinforced fore and aft castle. The flute, the windlass, is much lower to the ground. It does have like an underdeck for cargo and storage, but is not like multiple levels of decks. And as you can obviously see from the way this boat is designed, it is much shorter but much wider.
This boat be thick. Chunk.
That's what it's designed for. It's pear shaped, flat bottomed, wide cargo hull. So hearing wise, though, like I said, and actually this is a good question. Speaking of hearing, Inos, I believe only you actually went into the warehouse. So as you guys are jogging and you're casting spells, did you let the crew know anything about what you heard in there?
Oh yeah, I would have informed people on the go that we met some people calling them that we got something called the van, because she specifically said the van. She didn't say Vanguard. Coming. That's what like the drums are coming. And it might be a good idea if we weren't here when they got here.
Good idea.
So those of you who succeed on your hearies,
Which is everyone but Lucky.
I'm busy making sure we get to the boats.
it's true.
I imagined you were just listening to Mission Impossible music in your head.
Not for one of trying. But like all of you hear the previously described sounds. You hear, the rattling of drums. Leslok specifically, because I think I had you roll. Yeah, we double checked it. You did roll knowledge and actually got a match to
Yeah,
basically do
so
untrained language.
I put my linguistic point in the drum code as a 1 to be like, I can now kind of make out a pattern, if that's okay.
Yeah, so no, that is fine. Like I said, you basically succeeded on untrained. You probably can't figure out their complex messages, but you can like hear and understand. And at this moment, what you're hearing is basically what seems like ordered messages, presumably a command to like go, attack, etc., move out,
Like-
kind of
Like
a
a
thing.
dun dun, but like a pause and a different thing. Yeah, saying yeah.
But basically like that kind of stops, and the drumming is much more actually like normal, rhythmic, like actual like war drums. Like it might be like helping them keep cadence, or like you can hear where the drummers are relative to you, so you can kind of like they can kind of like keep track of their own positions despite the fact that it's pitch dark. And well, obviously, as I said before, I'm not having you guys bother to roll sight because you guys will also be at like -4 because it's fucking dark.
Leslok will explain
but-
it. I think they're coordinating their assault now.
Well, yes, but you didn't see before Enos cast the spell again that these guys brought any lanterns either. So they are doing a night raid, and it seems like the drums are just part of the vibe. The horns that you all hear, which, like I said, sound like actual like horns made of like ivory, carved horn that you blow through. Those sound much more normal for like they're not like doing like orders via like horn or trumpet signals. That's more of just like, hello, we are here, get fucked, like normal morale stuff.
Get fucked.
Over or under, I should say, these sounds, you guys do hear, probably still distant, but obviously getting closer as you guys run up to the dock. You guys can hear a couple of voices of pirates, like speaking in Crownish with kind of like a little bit of like a freebooter or an Eastlas kind of accent or slang on there. Maybe some people from like Southern Celticy being like, "What the hell's going on? What's going on out there? What happened to the warehouse? Where are those guys? What's happened?" You're pretty sure at least one guy, got shot off the wall of the Citadel just then.
No, Wilhelm.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you just hear
Like
that?
so like the pirates are clearly aware an attack is happening, but they are not sure who's doing it, where it's coming from, what's going on. As you guys are running up to the dock where the Foxhound and the Windlass are parked, let's see who got really good height. Carmine's got 10s, obviously. Let's look at some 6s. That's pretty good.
Nicola also got 6s.
Ooh, excuse me.
Okay. Actually, honestly, you all rolled pretty good. Difficulty shouldn't be super high, so even Logesh made like 5s. So
Yeah.
again, Inos, you're kind of just like concentrating to yourself. I almost imagine that you're like, I don't know if it's out loud, but I imagine that Inos is like psyching himself up. You are about to jump onto an unknown boat and fight upon the decks of a boat in the dark, and then sail that boat into the foggy darkness.
On top
Well,
of
the
water.
darkness part doesn't bug me, but
Well, yeah, you can see in the dark, but you understand that pilots of boats usually need to see. So it's like, you're probably kind of like mentally psyching yourself up because, as established, you're not good at water.
man, I just thought about it. Fucking Iron Demon, fucking Night Raiders, Naval Night Raiders. That'd be dangerous as fuck.
Danger for them too.
Well, hey, there's a reason why in the mass combat I said that all Iron Demon units get terrified. They are inherently shock troops.
Yeah.
They are excellent Night Raiders.
No, I'm gonna have to remember this.
The main problem is just getting a bunch of them to agree to sit on a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. The hard part is getting them
Especially
there.
because,
Yeah.
as also we've previously established, your guys' usual war gear is like heavy iron and steel plate. Don't do that on the water, by the way, kids. It's bad for you. Also, look at Rusty. But yeah, so
Charlemagne
like,
died.
Enos, you don't really hear too much of this, but kind of like over the call of the water and like shouts of alarm and stuff, you do kind of hear, the pirate voices from the dock be like, you hear, somebody calling out as you guys are basically about to turn the corner onto the dock. You hear somebody shout over the din like, "What the bloody hell's going on? I've lost the launch light. Fucking attackers in the city? What's going on, Captain? Fuck. Light all the watch lamps. And get some men on those forward fucking guns. Shit. Which one of you salty dogs is the fastest runner? You. Get ready. You're gonna run into the city. I'm gonna run into the city, Captain? You're gonna run to the city or you're gonna learn to fucking swim.
No.
Yeah, basically. So it sounds like, Brad was waiting on his boat. He said that they've lost sight of the launch. So the boat you heard the signal call for approaching. That's right. Yeah, you guys didn't actually. No, it was a whole big deal last time. You guys did not try to look out for it. So he just says out loud that they've lost sight of the launch. So whatever boat was approaching seems to have heard all this kerfuffle and turned back. So they're back out in the fog now. He's not sure what's going on because the pirates don't also have a good sense of communication. So they're going to start lighting all their watch lamps. And he said to have a couple of guys go up to the front, which where, the mortars are located, and start loading them. And basically, singling out a guy to send as a runner, down the dock. So you guys are at the corner of the dock and are basically gonna make a splitsies. So we're not doing like sense order declaration yet. So how are you guys gonna get on your boats? Windless team, it's a lot easier. The gangplanks are a lot shorter. The boat is a lot lower. So there's not much difference between if you guys pick going up the first gangplank and going up the second. If you guys really wanted, you could go the long way around and go up the second, shorter pier. Oh, also, this is meant to be descriptive. I did actually have to reorder the squares. The Foxhound is pointed inward. The Windlass is pointed to sail out.
Rad.
Yeah, makes it easier.
It does.
Yes.
Don't have to do a 3-point turn on a boat.
They also probably thought the same thing when they parked it, essentially.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
also, I'm gonna
the
be
Windlass
real.
definitely is a smaller transportier boat.
Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna. But sorry, I was about to start signing impenitent sign, but I don't think anyone really has that, and no one will be able to see it anyway.
Nope.
Not if you've still got Soul of Night up. Yes.
No. All right. Well, Inos
I will say, if you guys want to whisperedly speak to each other, you guys can do that because the deck of the Foxhound anyway is currently a flurry of activity. They're probably clanging the watch bell and guys are running around on deck, that kind of thing.
All right, but Inos will turn back to the rest and be like, "All right, guys, we're approaching the ships. It's Foxhound's on the left side of the dock. Windlass is on the right. Once we get going, won't be able to stop." Inos is not going to be speaking as if he didn't hear anything, so he's just thinking it's go time.
We need to get going. Our friends from outside the city are doing stuff.
It's
I'll be heading up the first dock. The first gangplank.
I'm just imagining his comrade says that you just hear distant ululations on the wind.
I will begin stealth running to the other dock.
You hear the menacing Gregorian chanting.
I'll just
Nicola's
put my
Naruto
character
running.
next to it.
All right, so Nicola's you're gonna
actual stealth running, but yeah, I'm going to the third one.
I'm gonna be real, Nicola. That's gonna take you fucking forever.
You only can move 3 squares unless you run.
Can I say something though?
Yeah.
If they have a powder room, it would more likely be towards the aft of the ship.
Well, it's true if you're not going to be in combat or anything, but you're not going to be able to do anything but move 3 squares around if Konrad jumps aboard and starts on a fight because we're all being sense orders at that point. But if that is what you want to do, it is fucking fair.
Yeah.
You guys want to fight?
Well, you can roll run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'll wait for Konrad to make a move before I make my move.
I mean, Konrad is going to go run up and...
Yeah, Konrad just said he's going up the first gangplank. I assume most of the NPCs are going to do the same behind you, Konrad, unless you want some of them to split off and take the second ramp.
I will leave that up to them. I would not mind them rear attacking whatever force I encounter up on the deck.
Okay. We'll probably have Moira and Aurelia break off, and then at least...
Is Inos going to keep Solvet up, or are we waiting till it's...
Would also mean that Nicola is not the only one running down along the deck and drawing attention to himself.
Well, yeah. No, if I see Aurelia and Moira break off, I'll break off with them.
Yeah, that's fair. But yes, what were you going to say?
Well, Axe was asking about Solo Night. I don't know. It's probably been about 10 minutes. We're only going as a light jog. So it probably will not last in combat unless Omega says it was not 10 minutes. Then I can't. Unfortunately, I can't stop spells. They go until they go.
Because if it's still up, I was gonna go with you on your. I was gonna have Leslok with Everham follow your point onto the Windlass instead of just going on.
I mean, we're just gonna go on. Unlike the Foxhound, the gangplanks onto the Windlass aren't that far apart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. And I asked if you guys wanted to get fancy and go around the far side, but if you just want to get on the boat, it's pretty easy.
I say we just get on the boat.
All right, we'll just get on the boat then.
All right. And yes, no, I was going to say, it's a pretty decent distance. Obviously, you didn't cast Soul of Night the second time until you guys were already like heading this way, because that's where we like left off last time. But yeah, you had to cross, the decent length of the harbor to get here. So your 10 minutes is probably getting to be up by the time we're picking. If you stop and like think tactically, we're probably going to have to drop
Yeah,
it,
across
so
the edge. We went like
don't worry about
2/3 across the city to get here. Relatively.
I should actually say none of you did see it, because it was dark.
If it makes you feel any better, I wouldn't been able to see it anyway.
Well, so as Soul of Night fades, Lady White is with you. She just has a longbow.
Rad.
Twinsies!
Because I don't think activating Jungler's Pocket causes an Eerie. You just do it.
She just has
And my
extra dimensional purse.
She has fucking Toon Force.
Yes, this is my document with stats. What do we roll for that? Okay. Actually, I will roll that quietly. I don't want you to know what that NPC has in that pool yet.
Sure.
Secrets.
That said, oh gosh, do we still have the? Oh, it's real close though. It's what is for second intensity? Sorry, it's like 5 feet.
5 feet,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like 5 feet.
Double checking right here. Let's see.
That should be pinned.
5.
Yeah, I don't actually think. Yeah, I
yeah.
think I still got that pinned.
That's what I was just checking.
Yeah, so we won't do that. So let me grab D1. Where are you, little freak?
Freak.
I thought that was going to lead into like a Flash kind of like song.
Super
Yeah, I
freak,
thought about it, but
super freaking.
he'll save every one of us.
Okay. So, as you guys like have running. Not only does she have a longbow, but also Lady White appears to have conjured some extra arrows from nowhere.
If Inos notices, I'm not gonna say that he does, but even if he does, he's just gonna say she's an elf. She don't gotta explain shit.
I am not going to question the Fey lady about her arrow procuring.
Nah.
If it was like,
Yeah,
if it was like those,
she's just holding a bundle of like in her draw hand. She's just holding a bundle of like 20 arrows, which just kind of look like they're made of like light and dew and fog. Well, like I said, this is why I double checked how far it is. None of you would have been close enough to eerie her.
Oh, it's like, huh.
I think the only person who would be close enough will be Aurelia, but she's not going to say shit. She's busy. Okay, so in that case, I should say, since we're getting ready to get all tactical and shit, close my marker for a second so I don't accidentally make giant stars or hearts or anything. Because we kind of rejiggered this conversation. In that case, so Leslok, do you want you and Everhelm then to be kind of aiming to be first onto the boat? You said if Inos was still Soul of Night, he would be leading, but he's not.
Considering most of our group, yeah, because I think Foreign and like Snow and Lester are gonna be like second wave.
I mean, yours should not be in front of me. Okay.
Here's the shocking thing about Leslok. He is also one of your most effective hand-to-hand combatants. He has been drilling with the sword for literal years, so he doesn't get assassinated.
And honestly, Overhelm is there to parry, block, and get down, Mr. President. Him. It's
Yeah.
Honestly, I will probably reiterate this when we are in sense order, but you should assume that in general, in a situation like this, Everhelm's job is declare he is parrying for that guy who's right next to him.
yes.
The main problem is just if like Leslok sprints ahead of him and gets too far because you.
That's
have to
not an
be,
issue
like,
on the ship.
Pretty close range, but yeah. So he's just
On the
gonna
ship, it's not a
stick with
problem.
you.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna have Konrad go up the first ramp. Actually, let me double check. How many guys are in your group? So Nicola, we'll say really. Yeah. So we'll just have. Well, we'll have Mattis and Ike for sure go up behind Konrad. Logesh, you're also a character who's involved in this fight. Do you want to go up the first gangplank with Konrad, or do you want to break off with the other group and try and go up the second or third one?
You know what? I'll go up the first gangplank with Konrad.
All right. Nobody has to worry about, by the way, drawing any weapons or anything this time. Pick whatever you'd like to have out for the fight.
Can I cast a spell
Which one?
to basically pre-prep it? Iron Flesh.
Yeah, you got time to cast that as you're jogging.
Sword.
Do I bother with...
How long does the Stowskin potions last again? I forget.
Stone skin
Hours.
potions last 3 hours. The
No,
one
no,
I
no,
gave
no.
you.
I mean their shelf life. Excuse me.
month?
Those ones are,
A
I
month?
believe, a month. A month.
And how long ago did you make the Stone Skin potion that you have given Inos?
The one I've given you 2 weeks ago.
Probably best to use it now.
I think I have one still, but I don't
They're
know
not
if that one's
super
not bad.
expensive.
I think mine's
They're
You
not.
You have one also from 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
I might
Inos
take
will,
that one now.
The ones you two have were made at the same time.
All right, cool.
Enos will take
You
it
guys
now.
want to glug up?
Yeah, I'll glug up because again, it'll be 2 weeks. I don't know if we're going to be getting into dire combat in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. Right now, it's important that we all are alive, so I'm going to take that too.
I had initially made the one I made for Inos for myself, but then I realized, wait, I have stone skin. I never need to drink this potion ever.
Yeah, you have the upgraded ability because you're attuned. You can Iron Flesh yourself.
Yeah.
All right, roll them.
All right. I will call 6 for my expert dice.
And as previously established, despite it being much funnier if Nicola has to eat a penny every time he does that, he has like a little
It's
bit of like clay.
Because once again,
He's
Nicola is a doctor, and he would know nerdy shit like this. Clay is perfectly fine to eat.
Yeah, it's digestible.
He's eating dirt.
Yeah.
You guys have seen Nicola do this like 2 times already at
I
least.
would say it probably gives his metallicize a more reddish hue, or at least like a more bronzish hue, I would say.
Nice.
Nicola Clay tongue.
Flavor here. So basically, here's where we go at sense 0. Or before we even get into sense order. Solonite drops. You guys are still kind of like in the dark. On the deck of the Foxhound, there are, pirates rattling around, throwing things here and there and like, lighting lanterns. A small gun crew of a number of guys, rush up onto the front, onto the forecastle to start loading the mortars because, as previously established, you don't leave your cannons loaded all the time. It's bad for them. So like light starts to like spill out over the side. You guys can see that there is a slightly concerned, looking skeleton crew on the windlass. They are like, only got a couple of lanterns lit. You see, 9 or 10 sailors looking around, and actually,
I do want to bring
Inos.
something out.
Leslok, go ahead and roll me scrutinize.
Oh my god, I do want to bring something out.
Yeah, what's up?
So the way these elementals are written implies they can use expert spells because they get bonuses for various expert spells.
Yeah,
That's
but
the point though of the elemental bonuses.
But yeah, also I do want to point out Oriander is very specifically they get to use weapon and parry, and also anything that helps with metal, forging metal, so like blacksmiths and stuff. Sailing has nothing to do with that.
No, I understand.
But no.
Yes, roll me scrutinize, you two. because we'll talk about we'll talk about what you guys are doing very rapidly because I believe Inos has one of the lowest senses in the crew.
No,
No, that would be me and Logesh. Hello.
But
Yes,
I'm
I-
sorry.
Yeah,
Did you say? I know you said for Axe to roll. Did you also ask for me to roll too?
Yes, I
Yes.
said
Okay,
Inos
okay.
and Leslok, please roll
'Cause you said scrutinize, I was
because
like-
you guys are looking at the.
I should ask if there's any penalties to that.
Scrutinize? No,
Okay.
I did say they have a couple of lanterns lit.
Five.
Your night
for-
eyes is still working, so and we don't have Soul of Night up anymore.
So I'll come to resolve your rolls in a second. So
Oops.
Konrad, Logesh, you guys are running up. Konrad is probably slightly more to the front just because these are not super wide gangplanks. You know, they've got a few feet. There's no. By the way, these are once again classical era shit. There are no ropeways on these gangplanks. These are just boards. So don't fall off. But you guys are basically able to be ready to burst up on the deck. And actually, that's right. I had to double check my stats, so I left the area where I was looking at how many guys I got.
Got some guys.
Where did I actually write that down? Yeah, there's the fox I found. Sorry, I'm trying to double check exactly how many guys Voss are supposed to have with him. Okay, yes, it's in his stat block. Okay. So, like I said, Konrad, Logesh, no need to roll anything to see this. You guys are like, as you're going up the gangplank, your eye level is rising above the railing of the ship. You guys can see at the rear, not fully at the helm yet, but standing by the aft castle, is about 20 pirates. Sorry, I should specify 20 threat 2 pirates. Probably, in this region. Because obviously the helm would be back up on the aft castle. And with them is a guy that you can only assume actually. Yeah, let's reset.
Hello?
Yes, howdy. A guy you can only assume to be Bloody Bradley Vossler. He's not super intimidating on his own. He's medium height and build, has kind of a lean vulpine look, sharp features. Not eating as good as he could. Kind of like ginger hair, brown eyes. Skin is kind of an indeterminate tone. Has a handful of scars on his body. A few piercings, several tattoos. He's wearing what would kind of be like the wear you would say the clothing of the shabbier side of a merchant captain. Suitable flat-bottomed shoes for being on the boat. Sailor's breeches. White shirt, undershirt. He does have a jaunty hat.
Jaunty.
And is wearing a buff coat, like a quilted coat, and basically as you guys are rolling up because there was an alarm signed, it seems like he's just shrugged into a breastplate, a cuirass. And he has a cutlass at his hip and is wearing a brace of pistols.
Ooh.
And surrounding him are about 20 Threat 2 sailors. There are another, let's say, we were at Night Watch, so there's another 10 or so Threat 1 sailors who are crowded around the front castle, the forecastle. Like I said, lanterns held high. They've got, powder keg in one hand, the big push to like load in there. There's one guy holding like two cannonballs in each hand who's kind of like, ooh. And
Guess these are my weapons now.
Smith, this
up,
is no time
up,
to be
up front
practicing your
here.
juggling act.
It's always time to
I'm holding
juggle.
him because of Captain. So as like we get ready to do a sense declare, Vossler looks up and sees you guys. Would he recognize Konrad or Logesh on sight?
Not me.
Probably not. It's dark. It's night. You guys aren't. Well, actually, also Konrad, I think, still has the Borgman mask on.
Yes, he has a mask on.
Yeah, so definitely not Konrad. But I also think you guys explicitly said earlier, you guys are wearing like no colors, no livery, like no ribbons or medals. You are incognito, basically. Nothing to identify you as House
I
Logi.
technically am wearing house colors in the fact that I'm wearing silver on my garments, but not like in a house way.
I think I'm not wearing the scarf, but it feels uncharacteristic not to be wearing it. But I think I just not wear it out of practicality.
Probably not a good idea to wear your iconic scarf. On this
Also
trip,
wouldn't
yes.
be able to recognize me because I'm wearing can't even see my face.
Also,
You are
I've
wearing a
grown,
close helm.
I've
But
grown
like I
like
said, you
3
guys are not
times.
dressed like your house guard and probably some of the normal like clothing you wear is like you've got little extra like swatches of like orange and silver or iron gray colors on you. That's just like not.
I should also say
normal,
I've grown
relaxed
like
dark
2
colors.
times in muscle mass since the last time we saw me, so that also helps.
Sorry, the last time somebody described you to him,
Oh, fair enough.
because he would have at best seen you guys through a telescope, upon 2 ship decks in pitched combat.
He's more ever
So-
Lucy than us.
He will not like be like it's them. Instead, he will like quizzically realize some guys are running up his gangplank, in
Ah, fuck.
wolf masks and closed helms, and he will like put one hand on his cutlass, put his other hand on the the handle of one of his pistols, and be like, "Boys, we're being boarded. Get him."
Correction, you have been boarded.
You beat me to it. I was. You know what? Fuck it. Both of them are saying that.
Just at the same time, shoot the smart ass first.
Which one, sir?
Which one?
Both of them, you idiots.
I mean, that's
But
the point.
tonight
That's
we're-
the point
Pistol,
where
he shoots that guy.
Yeah,
throws
yeah,
his
I'm about to
pistol
say.
overboard, draws a new pistol.
Yeah, no, I was about to say no. That's where he shoots that smart ass.
God, tonight we're almost sharing the brain
Yeah,
cell.
no, he would shoot that pirate extra, drop his gun on the floor, say that smart ass, draw a new gun. So,
that'd be a great scene.
team scrutinized. You guys get some matches? Yes.
I got
some
threes and X got fives.
Yes, 5s. So, what you guys see on the deck of the Windlass is, like I said, there's about 10, we'll also specify, 10 Threat 1 pirates. These guys look maybe a little more like traditional pirates. Like the Foxhound crew are definitely kind of like a little like mix of like Norlish, Tronish, or like northern milieu. Like from like the North Coastline kind of thing. These guys are look much more like from like the Eastloss or Keltacy kind of a thing. Tanned, swarthy. Probably dressed a little lightly for the weather and probably not having a great time. But with a successful scrutinize roll, you do catch that standing by the helm, there is an extra person who was kind of like, tensely like, checking a compass or a wind meter, kind of like staring up at the upper deck of the Foxhound as Vossler is yelling. And she was kind of nervously glancing around. Got stats.
Oh.
So like a woman of kind of like medium height and build, dark hair and a braid pulled back, tips are dyed in henna. sea green eyes, kind of sunburned skin. Has more like henna markings that you guys can see even in this low light, kind of like on her like face and on her like her forearms that are, you think Lagartian style.
Huh.
Several piercings, loose sailor's shirt, breeches, boating shoes, wearing like a sash. Instead of a cutlass, she has a couple of batons in her back band.
Tonfa fighter.
There's, a compass dangling from her belt, and she's wearing several beaded necklaces that you can see have like shark's teeth and coral and other like bits and bobs that are like very unusual for this geographical location.
Very traditional.
And what you do notice for sure that stands out is on her left upper arm, between shoulder and elbow, there is a very odd, very tight-looking, like, band of black iron.
Black iron?
Which is very, very at odds with her general look.
Black
So,
iron.
behind you guys, you hear, Vossa shout out, "We're being boarded!" And then you hear Konrad and Logesh says, "You have been boarded." And they, and then that one, clunk. One of the sailors, the captain or pilot of this boat, does not, like, she looks at you guys, because you're a little motley crew coming aboard, but she does not seem to react immediately. One of her swarthy guys just says, "We'll be boarded too, Captain. What do we do?" So, Leslok, Inos, what are you guys doing?
Inos is going to pivot, and he is going to try and make this a discussion.
He's gonna try to flirt with her.
Well, I'm not going to try and flirt with her, but if we can get whoever that is and 10 dudes to help us with this goddamn boat, maybe we might be able to get out of here a little bit faster.
True enough. But we'll see.
We'll see.
I'll follow
So-
your lead.
Please.
Inos jumps to the front.
Inos will jump to the front, do a theatrical bow. It's like, I was like, "Do forgive the discourtesy. I invited myself aboard, but there is a bit of a situation happening aboard line, and in the best means of everyone." Inos paused this. Not ended up dead and bleeding on the deck. I am going to require the use of this boat. Is the captain aboard?
The woman speaks up and she says, "Aye, that be me."
Pleasure, ma'am. I am Inos, Master of Ceremonies of House Logi, representing the interest of the Marquess Logi, that fine gentleman right there. If you may not have noticed, you are being seen in the company of the pirate. He will then gesture to the Foxhound of the Foxhound, captained by one Bloody Bravosa, who's been known to have made an attack on House Logi assets. This meaning that anyone found in his company aiding and abetting with him can be considered, well, Eno says this a little cruelly, fair game. But in the situation in which, someone was to render us aid in such a tumultuous and treacherous area, we may be able to find them some leniency in the operation. Now, I do know you are thinking to yourself that probably, you might be able to take these guys. Let me assure you, you will lose that fight. I would just want there just to be, the sounds of fighting and men dying on the other side as, Enos, pauses for that. It's like
Dramatic effect.
yes, it's like this little expedition of ours has not only made it through the Shelter Pass, has traversed the Fogveil and done a numberous amount of things. They are not shy about killing men, especially ones that seem as Enos, looks to the the 10th right ones out of place as these ones right here. So, Captain, he will, fish for a name.
Yeah, you leave off. she doesn't respond immediately. She kind of has her arms folded, listening to you. The big guy who spoke up first, clearly like a bosun or another watch officer, says, "The Marquess." Kind of glance up at the boat where stuff's going down. Oh, Wasser and his friends will pay very well to get that embarrassment repaid. He talks very
We
fancy.
tried.
Quiet, you're not here. You're sprinting to the other boat. Says, I think you could work your way out of a little bit of a problem too if you sign. And kind of nods and says, yes. Raises a hand to him, says, interesting argument. But she kind of squares her feet, breathes in, pulls up her arms, and that guy is blasted off the deck of the boat.
Wind Witch.
She hits him with blow the man down. He is blasted into the water.
Okay.
And says, I think I'm getting tired of working here anyway.
Maybe it would make sense
So,
to be you, Captain.
the-
Yeah.
Other 9 guys draw cutlasses. Inos, your argument very good for the quote unquote captain of this boat. There seems to be something going on here. And these other guys are not part of the Foxhound crew, but clearly like
Windless.
in league with them.
They look up. They see Rossler as a bigger deal than them. So like the chain of I think.
Almost like some kind of brotherhood. Sorry.
But yeah, she will throw in her lot with you and says, let's let me grab it and copy it because I know you guys love spelling.
I do love spelling.
I have a question for Omega, but I'll wait.
Also, yes, Loth is completely right. No, Lady Captain. Shit, my weakness.
She reaches into her sash and pulls out those 2 batons. You guys notice for the first time they are, well, they're tonfa shaped, but they're L pattern batons, which you guys have probably never seen before.
No.
Shit, she's beating all my standards. She has tonfas.
Minona Naitana, captain of the Windless. For now, anyway.
What's his name actually?
Charmed. I do believe that these rest of these gentlemen are not with you.
Just the hired help. Now, boys, I think I'm going to retain my services somewhere else, so you best be leaving the boat one way or another.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, I won't make you guys roll tactics, but you guys did roll scrutinize earlier. Like, tactical snapshot, you assume that the Windless and the Captain Naitana, kind of go together. She is clearly, that's an Islander name, like an Eastlander name, and she's speaking with like probably an island accent. And she's a Wind Witch, so that would track.
Yeah.
These guys are from that like neighborhood, but they could be, pirates from basically anywhere in the southern half of Troy Corone.
She hired them for work.
Yeah, and obviously they are more piratically inclined, but the good captain seems to see where her bread is buttered. But we'll talk.
She
more
seems
about
like a
it later.
freebooter in the.
I think we're getting into sense firing.
She's a privateer.
What do you
My question
want
is,
to ask before that?
I have a question about pirate culture in this world. Are they as superstitious about women in this world?
Oh no! Remember,
no,
we
Maren Seastrider was a woman, so
Fair.
Yes,
I'm
the
curious if
literal,
pirates-
like Sailor Queen was a lady.
Yeah, it's fair. I'm just curious if it's like
No, we got rid of most like gender roles upon making the setting. Basically, men and women are pretty much expected to do the same thing, so we haven't had any of those kind of things pop up.
Yeah,
it's
because also
probably
animals
the
more
kind of
common
thing
in women anyway.
where if you're an unsavory pirate crew, you probably have to be a hard ass to be a lady pirate. But there's a whole spectrum of piratical actions. I was wondering, ask about pirate culture being like, there are other rules and stuff. And like, no, I think I've said before, it's been previously established with the way the Foxhound crew is that pirates are like technically kind of like democratic and communal. You know, they break things up by like shares and effect of the job. So like some crews are you know more of that like the free spirit of the ocean. Others are you know just
I pay your pay.
dirty slavers and money grubbers. But you know we'll see where
It's
our
like-
bread is buttered.
Well, yeah.
Ironically, it's a lot like piracy in the real world. Like, some pirate crews aren't so bad. And then you have Bartholomew Roberts, who's really, really, really bad.
There's a couple of big zingers.
He burned
so we start
people
at
alive a lot of the
effectively
time.
Sense 0.
For no reason.
I want to make a comment, but I also don't want to derail the session. We start at Sense 0 effectively.
Actually, I'm a little bit ahead. So I'll be right
Pirates
back.
of threats. So there are a couple of groups of guys. I could put some markers if you need me to double check where they are, but for now I'll just point them out. There's some guys at the back of the Foxhound. There's a small group of guys at the front of the Foxhound, and there's a group of now 9 guys on the Windlass. 9 guys on the Windlass. Actually, let me double check my book. Do unworthies get multiple actions?
They use basically every set they get, but I don't think they can necessarily do multiple things.
That is kind of a thing that like minions can do in like wild talents and stuff too.
Good old
I
wild
just generally
talents.
like to say that they will like. They're probably gonna just try and repel Leslok and Inos,
Mhm.
and just try and apply their matches to them.
Oh, right. Me too. Sorry.
We're doing Sense 2?
Well, we're still at Zen
Well,
0
it's only
right
one
now.
group of minions. Yes, unworthy opponents declare first. Just double checking. Let's check tactics or ganging up. You don't roll each scrub. You roll for all of them. They go to there. They gang up when they're actually massed.
She's very lucky. Lucky is the leader, or is in that group, and it was not Nicola.
Waste dice. Yeah. Okay. And they don't. There's no wide successes, no fancy moves. Sorry, I like this. They said, when using big cards of unworthy opponents, the GM should keep their motivations in mind. If a mob of 20 people attacks 5 foreigners and within seconds, half of them are bleeding paste on the pavement, the remainder runs away even if no one specifically made a morale attack. That is a good rule, yes. If 5 highly armed and effective foreigners beat the shit out of locals, they should probably cut their losses sooner rather than later. Anyway, yeah. So they're gonna, like I said, they're just going to attempt to throw their actions to attack Inos and Leslok. The mortar crew, I think, is just going to use their action to avoid harm. They're going to basically dodge or parry right now because they're not sure what the fuck is going on, and the captain hasn't specifically called out to them. So they are like stuck between, you know, prepare to repel borders and load those mortars. So those guys are something you should probably deal with sometime, but this turn they're not going to do anything proactively. The threat 2 guys, 20 or so of them, by the way, on Bloody Brad, are going to fire their ranged attacks. They'll fire crossbows at Konrad and Logesh. And then I do believe we get to Sense 2.
Well, Sense 2.
What's your Sense 2? Yes, he's
That's on me.
after 2s.
You first, Logesh.
Well, weapon in hand. See those guys trying to fire at me? Time to run up and reckless abandon. To get a +2 dice to my attack, but they get a +1d to fight me. But I'm also, running into melee with them. Oh, even if the attack is made with fight
group of
or a
guys?
missile weapon.
Which group of guys?
Let's see.
Because remember, the guys at the back of the boat are at the back of the boat. Every square is 5 feet. What I'm saying,
Sorry, could you?
people at home and members of the crew, the boat is long. This boat is like 150 feet long.
Can you see my
Check the tip.
cursor?
No, not right now. Actually, your cursor's stuck where it was.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's cursor's moving, actually, now that I look at this.
They're on the same one, right? They're on the same one,
A
right?
little bit.
Anyway, so is there anyone near the front of the vessel?
Yes. There's a group of like 10 guys at the front.
I'll go attack those guys.
Okay, so you should be able to shift like without even making a run roll. You can shift like 15-ish feet and probably like
Yeah.
get up there. Yeah, I don't
As
see
I
your
see-
cursor, Lucky, but I see the purple moving around.
I saw someone moving my square.
Yeah, I scooched you down there, like that kind of route.
Yes.
Isn't that forward,
Okay.
though?
Yes, but there are
Yeah.
10 guys there.
Oh, okay.
Meg, could you
Yeah.
put like number mark? Actually, never mind. I was actually just put like
I can like I
markers
said,
for
I
the
didn't have
groups.
markers, but if you want me to mark where the groups are,
Like
for
general
the windlass, it
space?
doesn't really matter because they're just
Yeah.
kind of like there.
around.
They're not gonna
But
last
we
long.
We can throw a text.
Yeah.
Me-
I also mentioned I was going to the front of the ship.
Yes.
Oh, if we already made it here, are we still going?
I relocated you to that spot ish, like halfway up, because that's where like Aurelia and the others are gonna break off. So let's do like.
Okay.
Sorry, there's like a gnat on my
So
microphone.
so the answer, Dallas, is on your turn. You can keep moving up if you want to.
Well, I've got one more pre-prep spell to activate, so
Is that readable?
what?
Yep.
Yeah. You,
Not when it's on the brown, really.
you could probably make
Yeah,
it
switch colors.
guess a different color.
I was thinking red for enemies would work, but no, you're right. That's way. So make it like pastel. That's more.
That's very readable.
Yeah. it's-
Yeah. There we go. It's like a pastel pink. All right, so Logesh is basically going to use his 15 feet of free movement, and he's going to try reckless abandon, beat the shit out of those guys on the
Yeah.
gun deck.
So they don't shoot us in the back while we're fighting bloody Burhead.
Probably a decent pull. So Nicola, you're the other sense 2. What's your move?
Okay. So I'm going to move to board. I can do that as a free action, right?
Well, you can move 15 feet up the gangplank, yeah.
And then that's all my movement, right?
All your free movement, yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to activate a spell.
Okay. Cast a spell. Which spell?
Well, let me roll first because
Nope.
I have.
Negative. Not how that works.
You have to say the thing you're doing.
You, in fact, don't roll until everybody else rolls. So what is your declared action?
My declared action is casting Electrify.
That's a fun one. Yes. Okay. All right. That's your 2s. The only flaw of this is that your allied NPCs are at the top and Bloody Brad is at the very bottom. I think everybody is like 3s.
A lot of threes.
Be actually in this.
I think Lester has a 2 like me and Logesh.
Now, Lester sense 3.
Oh,
She doesn't have a lot of
no,
sense
it's better
skills.
than that.
Mattis Gladman is sense 2, so he'll declare it with you guys. Let's see. What is your... Yeah, he can do that. He will declare a parry for Konrad. Rad. He'll just run up behind Konrad and be like, "Watch out!" and like, you know, move his sword and his iron gauntlets in the way of some of those crossbow bolts and shit coming at you. Because keep in mind, there's 20 of these guys, so they're going to roll 15 dice.
There's gonna be matches. There's gonna be multiple matches.
Not depicted on this art, but if you ever wanted to say, because this is actually a rule, like you dive into cover or anything, it's the deck of a boat. There's absolutely cover.
behind a mast,
like-
maybe a convenient coil
Yeah.
of rope, a crate.
Yeah, there's crates, there's ropes.
Chest high walls.
There are a couple of would be banisters and stuff because there'd be cover for hatches down below decks and stuff like that.
Dead Tom.
And yes, it is a 3-masted ship, and they are big masts. So, all right, so that's Metis. The rest of these guys have 2s. No, everybody else is 3s. Okay. The big one at Sense 3 is going to be Bloody Brad himself, because once again, enemies declare first. So let's see.
Okay, how
They're
does
attacking him
killing
yet.
unworthy with regular attack?
What side of the boat is he on?
He's at the back with the threat 2 guys.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I'm obviously, I believe that you intended to try and hit the captain's quarters at some point, but I would like to point out to everybody that the helm of the ship is usually at the back, which is usually where the captain and the rest of the piloted crew is.
I mean, it's probably the front where the magazine is.
Okay, there it is. Unworthy opponents.
No, you don't have to worry about ramming, but I don't know if usually the magazine is the back, but it would be below decks. But yeah, it's still one of those things. But let's see.
Yeah.
Double checking. What does basic mobility do? It's one of the tactics ones. During the declares stay there giving orders to your followers, or to unworthies. Describe what you have them do. Could you be something too clever? Okay, yeah, we'll do that. So his full action is he's going to declare basic mobility, and he's basically going to say, "Don't just fire willy-nilly, idiots. Focus, focus. The big one first." So his action is he's going to roll knowledge plus tactics.
Oh, that's
So his goons can keep bigger sets.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one. Was it School of Perpetual Readiness?
Yes,
Yeah.
one of our basic knowledge plus tactics ones. Spoilers: he doesn't have any higher than the first rank, but he's got. I think you guys saw this with some of the pirates. Like I think I said earlier, Bloody Brad has to have some level of grip on his guys that they're not completely losing their shit here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Gotta have
he
some
seems
leadership.
to have basic mook leadership skills. And yes, that'll be his entire
He's
round
played
this round
Carcassonne.
because, you guys got some other stuff going on. So he'll roll knowledge plus tactics. The time comes.
The pirates on the windlass declared their targets.
On the windlass? Yes.
Yeah.
They're
Who they're shooting at?
they're gonna try and attack
Inos and Leslok.
Leslok and Inos.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. For the rest of the thieves. I think, especially because Nicola went up on deck and is closer. Excuse me, sorry. Aurelia's going to use her free movement to get on. As a free, she's going to draw her pepper box, and she's going to spend her whole turn casting Soul Seeking Arrow.
Ha!
Kill him.
Oh no, sorry, I was just checking something.
Avram's going to parry for Leslok.
Not quite, but almost.
Yeah, Thorin will roll spear. He will attempt to defeat one mook. Alestra is going to use the Iron Rod to defeat Amuk.
Cool.
Coordination plus staff.
Gridarvol staff is excited to be back in action.
Like, you don't have a great run roll.
I keep imagining ridiculous situations that Gridarvol staff. I'm just imagining later we're going to be at sea. It's going to find a fucking deck chair and shades and just be laying in it. The shades over the pole.
That is a pretty funny image, yeah.
I just imagine her wearing Hawaiian shorts.
I think just because they're closer and she doesn't have a great run, Ike is going to back up Logesh. She's going to move into range of the guys on the forecastle and hit him with a hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just to keep things simplified. And in fact, I'm going to say this. For your so I don't have to roll 9 billion pools that don't mean anything. When I'm declaring that your allies are going to just fight unworthies, I'm just going to assume they're going to get a match and they'll eliminate one guy.
Sounds good to me. Smarter, not harder.
Sounds good.
It's when they're parrying, or if they help you with Bloody Brad or something complex later that will worry about what they're rolling. Like I'll roll for Aurelia to cast a spell.
No, it makes sense to me. Whatever makes this go faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Let me double check. I think there is only 3. Yeah, she sends 3. She's average in there. It's her other stuff that's very high. Let me look at the map. Here's... Yeah, I think Moira's just gonna have her swords drawn and just she's gonna spend her round closing with the threat 2 guys, and that's also 3. Inos, you were also sense 3.
Yes. Oh, if no one else is going, Inos is casting Terrify.
It's a good one.
Yes.
50 feet's what? 10 squares.
Well, that also hit me, I guess.
Well, you're not an
No,
unworthy
you're not,
opponent.
doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Use it.
I assume the captain
It
is not
checks
unworthy
boots there.
either,
No.
because she used Wind Witch magic, so...
No, I double checked. The effect of Terrify will hit the very edge of the windlass, but will not reach the Foxhound. So all of the windlass and none of the Foxhound.
Fair enough. All right. Terrify. And I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty fucking high. But let's see.
What were you asking
This
about?
Lady in white. Oops.
Oh no, sorry. I thought you were asking a question real quick.
No, I was talking to myself. I started counting squares, but then you said that you checked already.
Yeah.
So, my next NPC is at sense 5.
I know, so PC it's in.
Oh, it's right in there.
Mhm. And he is going to do something other than just attack a move. Because I assume Everhelm is parrying for Leslok?
Yes.
Yeah. Spoiler, Ariadne is going to parry for Inos. I'll just say
That's
it.
a good plan. All right. White Widow's got a longbow, so she's gonna kill some guys.
Just no scope Bloody Brad. See?
Kill them.
No,
Kill
but I
them
think
dead.
she is going to declare Shatter Shot, so she's going to turn her
Oh, that ability's
longbow
so
damage
mean.
into area damage.
Oh, it's so mean.
Oh, where are the particulars of
So,
that?
It
It's a third
turns your
level
arrows
for
into
longbow.
shrapnel. I have it. It's very mean.
Instead of doing straight up killing damage, you turn the width of your longbow attack into area dice.
Oh, okay. I guess
But
for a
since
crowd,
area
that's extra
dice affects mooks,
Turns it into
that
a
means
morale
that
attack.
she can, probably eliminate like 2 guys.
Yeah.
on average, yeah.
So, Comrade, I believe you're also 5.
Yes. Konrad will move 15 feet closer to engage with the group at the front and declare a parry and an attack.
All right.
Because that's a lot of crossbows being shot in his direction.
So scooching towards the threat one guys at the front.
Yeah.
So scooch you down there next to Logesh.
Wait, just to declare, just before I declare my attack, not to be mean to Inos, but I would need to know this. So no one is declaring an attack on Alestra, correct?
Yes.
No. Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, Oriander will carry Inos.
Parry for Enos, no parry Enos.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
Yes, no, this is my elaborate plan. This is Nicola's villain arc. I am the snake cult.
Leslok, you are last declare.
I would like to draw my gun, but I feel like it's better if I already have. I already have Flambert already
You
drawn.
had time to
so-
pick your weapons ahead of time.
I already had Flambert out, so I'm going to declare a sword on. I'm just going to declare a sword strike to one, I guess, of the mutinous crew.
Yeah.
And I'm also
They're a pack of
then
enemies.
and then I'll declare deflecting blow and master stroke.
Can
Let's just
you
go with it.
combine those?
Yes, I can. Master stroke you can actually do riposte, but you can do it into your devices and deflecting blow.
Yes, so you add up. So you're also adding a parry act. Reflecting.
Yes. That'll be that'll be action without penalty.
Increase your width for. Okay.
I guess I have to ask if I don't know if like mission or duty apply here.
Axe, I'm gonna be real. If you, I'm gonna say this right now. If you don't know if it applies or not, it's not gonna apply.
Okay.
I don't know about your duty because I don't remember that off the top of my head. But isn't your
I'll pull
current
a leg-
mission that everybody comes back alive?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that probably counts.
Okay.
Like you ask this all the time, Axe. I don't know if this applies. If you don't know if it applies, then you don't actually know what it is.
I actually do have a question related to duty. Because I am technically still controlling him, would my duty act through Oriander or no?
No, he does not have a duty.
Okay, gotcha.
This guy's
Nah.
already as baller as he's gonna be. You can't min-max him any further.
No, no, I'm just-
Everybody got your pools?
I'm just saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll them.
Okay, I got 2. So this will
The
be
maximum amount of die
Oriander.
we can roll is 10, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go Oriander first. So we do parry, and then myself.
You know, why do they even roll Reckless Abandon?
I was wondering that.
Well, if you had wanted to declare 2 attacks to try and kill 2 of them.
Actually, wait. Do I even need to roll to cast this?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I forget. Can I have done that? Roll 2 attacks?
You have to declare
Yeah,
beforehand.
absolutely. You can always do that. That's why
declare-
bonus dice are for.
Yeah, but I should have done that beforehand, as
Yes.
Lucky said.
Okay. Okay, so that hella activates.
Also, by
Holy
the way, if
shit, that
anybody's
hella
wondering-
activates.
If anybody's wondering, it specifically says that unworthies get to roll up to 15 dice.
It's because they're a mob.
Mob scene. It's obscene.
Bloody Brad. His tactics. Not that I think these guys have any.
With our height matter.
Forwards?
The spell. Yeah, that shit.
I don't think they do. Yeah, like
Height
Two
checks.
eights.
Okay. So I will use the 2
fives. No, 3 threes. Two
As for
fours.
master stroke, I'll have 3 10s.
Yep.
And then
I'm
my
using
parry
my
will
parry
be
pool, not
3s.
my sword pool, unfortunately.
Yes, it is. You have to use the lowest.
Yep.
Alright, Foster's gonna. Again, I don't think it matters because I don't think those guys actually got any like 4 width or 5 widths to use. but they could have. 10. I'm gonna call it ED 1.
Actually, you know what? I think no, it doesn't. It wouldn't matter.
Okay, so he does get 9s. Oh, and I think Aurelia actually needs to make.
Yeah, because you rolled kill heart-seeking arrow.
Soul-seeking arrow, heart-seeking blade.
Sorry, I think that's a reasonable mix-up.
Jesus. Ooh, 3
But
hits.
she really wants to kill that guy.
Correct.
Honestly, yeah.
Not fair.
Honestly, actually, I don't need to because I rolled 2 10s. I should have put her craving in that.
Omega,
Oh,
can I
you rolled
give it a
3
really the
10s,
plot
Omega.
knife?
No, too late for that.
Yeah,
No, it's not plot
Omega,
knife.
you rolled.
She's gonna use a gun.
Fair,
You rolled
fair
3
enough.
10s, not 2 10s.
This girl, she got her own plot knife.
Yeah, she put the death voodoo on that.
Yeah, so her next bullet to shoot Bloody Brad has a master die, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, is it a master die?
Now, the funny thing about Soul-Seeking Arrow is that I do believe you do get a master die, but I do believe it is per projectile.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of that would make it great for like sniper round if we ever did that. If that was ever a thing.
There is sniping. There is actually a sniping school.
Like, sure.
Mhm.
So that's really good for sniping.
No, Aurelia's not sniping. She has a couple ranks in gunslinger.
She blasting.
Oh,
Yeah, no, she cowboy. You ever see Once Upon a Time in the West? I'm imagining a harmonica song is playing in the distance.
Wasn't that Once Upon a Time in Mexico?
No, it's Once Upon a Time in the West. Once Upon a Time in Mexico is the Robert Rodriguez movie.
I saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
That's the
There's
Quentin Tarantino
several
movie.
Once Upon a
I know.
Times. They're making
Once Upon a Time in the West
so
is the
what you
original
see- 'cause I
Inicio
think-
Morricone movie.
Let me double check.
It's very
Did I get
good.
any?
Oh, it is a.
Did I get any sets wider than? Well, the other mooks can't use sets wider than 3 anyway.
Oh,
So I don't think it
The
matters.
main character's name is Harmonica. Yeah.
Um,
Well,
So at 3 10s, showing that sibling energy, Aurelia, draws her pistol with her offhand, raises it to her lips, and says something to it in deep speak.
Here's who taught her guns.
I feel like I overhear it and go, and look askance at her. Like, jeez! Oh,
Yeah,
no.
no. She's just like, asks it, oh, bullet of mine, get that guy.
Fuck him. Shoot that man.
This
Rupture
bullet is
every
addressed to you.
A bullet to your heart, from me to you.
I cast gun, prepare to meet God!
And then
Okay, I had something I was going to say,
also
but yours is very
3 10s
similar, so I can't say it.
Also at 3 10s,
Yes.
Leslok just kills a guy. There's a guy who has like a cutlass and he's just like, oh, get him, and just cut his throat. He's dead.
You were saying? Also, the target loses an additional die from their set.
Yeah, they lose 2. It's gonna suck for them. It means I think we gotta ditch their. Yeah, actually, I think they only rolled 2 sets.
I mean, they could use this. They could just eliminate the one entire set, but like, I don't know if it's that kind.
Well, once they no longer have enough dice to count as a match, it doesn't work. I could lose both
Oh, okay.
or 2 of the 4s and keep the 2 10s, I guess.
There.
Then I'd have to pick who I'm attacking. Oh, actually, that reminds me. There's one more pool I need to roll.
Oh yeah, my parry pulls doesn't matter actually. Yeah.
Technically 2, actually. I need to roll. No, well, if you rolled 10s, your parry pool might matter.
No, I'm saying that's fair. I did the 10, so I actually at least it would hit, or at least it would get through. So.
Well, that means you're
Never
probably
the
going to get punched in the head.
Yeah, probably.
But we'll see. I forgot. I need to roll Everhelm and Mattis real quick.
Oh, they're
for
parry
parry.
pulls.
Forgot about that. It's my bad.
It's his bad.
So,
Blame him.
Body plus parry. Do you have any? Actually, that's a very good question. Hold on. I did not declare it, but that's because I forgot. How
Weird
does
question.
Batter the Blade work?
It is a called shot to the hands.
Ah, yeah. So he didn't do that.
Will the penalty of losing a die from losing a guy in the mob apply more after the roll was made, or
After.
Okay,
They roll number of dice equal to their current men.
gotcha. So it doesn't
If
matter.
they made any sets, they lose dice from damage as normal.
Okay.
At least I'm pretty sure they do,
Mhm.
because they think that would make sense, because that's how this entire combat system works.
Okay.
Anyway. So, he... It's okay. Everhelm will start practicing Tetsudo School after this.
Have a great shield.
Hey, that's not going to help the Marquess, but he's trying.
He's doing his best.
I'm doing my part.
I mean, if I know he's wearing a helmet, so it probably won't do too much.
I also
if
tricked
Leslok
Jones.
gets clocked on the head, that's just incentive, I guess, for Axe to learn that maybe he shouldn't always use his fastest, highest set to attack people.
No, that's
Sometimes
fair.
you need that to live.
I mean, I have 3. I have 2 arrow from my helm, and then I have 1 from the potion, which means I'll have like 3 in my head.
Yeah, you probably won't get hurt. But Polly 70-10 for Matty? Mattis? Yes, Mattis actually has Iron Parry. He's got the first one of these.
Fours.
Does this mean that his 4s are technically 3/4s? Or speed like 3/4s? How does Iron Parry work?
Yeah, speed like 3/4.
Okay. That will matter
That's
when
the-
I address all those fucking crossbow shots.
Yeah, it's the narrowest set, so.
All right, so
I
sorry
still
about
have
that.
my
That was
parry
my bad. I
fingers.
forgot about the parrying. Let's see. 3 wits that are left. First of all, any
Inos.
you roll any 3s?
Yeah, Inos.
Okay.
With my master, I got 3 6s.
I've got 3 6s or 3 5s.
Ironically enough, I also have 3 6s for my expert dice.
He does usually.
I figure combat won't last more than 6 minutes, so I might as well go for width over height.
I'll wait for Lucky to do his thing first.
My thing is very easy. 4 dudes are gonna run screaming off the deck. We are now 4 guys less.
Yeah. Which also actually I think eats their.
Eats 1 set.
It's an attack, so I think it eats their set. They've only got 1 left. They had 4s. They don't have 4s anymore. They had 10s. Now they don't have 10s.
What do they have left?
Nothing.
They have
The Windless crew, they have a 2, a 7, and a 6 left, and a 1. That's it.
They have
Okay.
4 dudes who are in a very, very bad spot.
Yeah, those guys just. I won't say they don't jump off the deck, but they conveniently realize, hey, we have gangplanks on the other side.
Ah, yes.
We don't need to be here. So those guys are just gonna.
I guess I don't know how visible this is, but I know it's definitely audible because I know what this kind of sound makes, especially if it's going through metal. Aurelia and Moira will definitely start hearing a just static, crackling hum as Nicola is now electrified.
Yeah. No, you definitely, I think, are like sparking and flickering as you do this because you discovered a very funny combination. You turned your flesh to metal first.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Colossus.
So yeah, no, he's you're like flickering and sparking, and in fact, probably like little sparks jump off you to like catch on like the, iron framed lantern on the mast and like, various cleats and other metal bits on the deck.
So he's Iron Thunder now. What's his weakness?
No, I'm steel steel electric, so I'm really fucking weak to ground types.
So bury him.
Yeah, throw him in a mountain.
Yeah, like seriously, you throw dirt on me and I explode.
Also,
Uh,
the
Mud
ocean,
slap.
also the ocean will still take you.
no, I resist
That's-
water.
That's the real
not
life
gravity, though.
answer. Is currently his weight is doubled, so he will roll terribly to swim.
The ship starts leaning.
With a smaller ship, yeah.
But okay, can I go?
Yeah, you got the 6s.
What I do is 3 shock, 4 killing to the guys I'm attacking.
So you kill one dude.
Well, they're unworthy, so you kill one.
Yep.
The benefit of certain martial paths that give you extra damage. Yeah.
Yeah, sadly.
The first guy, it's unfortunately Grimathy, the man holding 2 cannonballs.
No, Grimathy!
Now he's 2 guys.
Bisected.
Screaming bloody murder inside his closed helm, so like through a colander. Leslok just cuts that guy in half at the waist.
Logesh.
But like Logesh, you did do a
Leslok-
foul cleave.
Leslok
I
killed
stabbed
the
a guy through the
but
heart. I
differently.
stabbed a guy through the heart.
Shot through the heart.
But like,
But yeah, no.
Logesh did a foul
Logesh
cleave.
bisects a guy. Basically,
Truly
yes.
a fa-
he's using a bardiche, so yes, he's using a long axe, basically.
Yep,
Not
big
like
axe.
a double-headed great axe, but you know, you've got a big long axe for leverage. Anybody else at 3 widths?
Nope.
Okay.
However, it does mean they're gonna hit me back hard.
No, because they're using theirs to block.
Ah, sweet.
So if you used your 3/5s, they would have actually parried it, but no, they were defending right then. Okay, so now I have to look at the clusterfuck of the crossbow attacks. It's probably a lot easier when I physically roll the dice, but I didn't even have 15 d10s of all the same color. So we know we got 3/5s. Do I have any other? Do I not have any other 3?
You have 3
Is there a
threes.
third 4? 3 3s. Yes, thank you. I'm like, I thought there was another one. Okay.
You have 2 4s.
2 4s, 3 3s. I get to use them all. So let's assign these. Mattis will gobble the 3s on Konrad.
Yeah.
He just, with his gauntlets, like jumps in front and you know, ping ping, like Wonder Woman's a couple away. But not before. I will say Konrad gets the 3/5s because he's the closest. Still, he's technically. If only because you can't physically bully Logesh out of the way. You got to take a step up there. Well, actually, on the forecastle, they might have like. I didn't really
Konrad
draw
just
skills.
picks up Logesh and uses him as a weapon instead.
You could
Beat
do
a
that.
motherfucker with a motherfucker.
So that would be 3 killing to hit location 5. I don't know how much armor Konrad currently has.
He has his usual medium armor kit. Where is combat?
What? 1 killing?
5. Is that the lower or upper arm?
I think 5 is the lower.
That's
Like
steel
5,
gauntlets
6.
then. So AR3.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, nothing. Clang.
Yeah,
Gauntlets work again.
Or actually, no.
Gauntlets, baby!
Actually, it hits the shield because that's the side my shield's on.
Oh, also good, yeah.
But I assume also
So,
AR3.
so they plink a couple crossbow bolts off your shield, and then you know another one was going to come in and catch you on your other side, and you know Mattias blocks those for you. 2 wits. Who's got some cool 2 wits?
At
Anybody?
8 and 7s.
Well, which one of those do you want to use? Actually, no, you don't need to worry about the parry. I should have said that before. The 4s are going to go to Logesh.
Okay.
So you're gonna
Then
attack and kill a guy?
I'll attack and kill a guy with mates, and then 7s will be there for a parry that I don't need, I guess.
All right.
You block for an attack, it doesn't come.
I mean,
Well.
normal combat stance. You attack, you reset, and you realize, oh, right. These guys up front are scared shitless. They're confused. They don't know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
No, you stab
Plan
the
is
shit out of
working.
one. Silver Tongue, I assume?
Yeah, Silver Fang.
Yeah.
Silver
So, yeah,
Fang?
you just...
Silver Fang? No, Silver Tongue?
Silver Tongue is the rapier.
Silver tongue.
Okay, Silver Tongue.
I don't think we have any weapons that thing.
Nope.
No,
The
there's-
Greatsword's Fire Fang.
Fair.
Combine them
Conrad
together
is
like a...
technically...
Yeah.
Conrad has technically carried before 2 different Logi ancestral weapons. I don't think he ever actually used Fire Fang Fire Crawl on somebody.
Or
No.
he's never used it, so I just never thought about it.
Combine them like Power Rangers weapons.
But yeah, no, that's the rapier, so you just stab a guy in the heart.
Still, like, 2 quick stabs to the chest.
Flops onto the deck. All right, okay. Yeah, Logesh, 2 killing, hit location 4.
Let's see. 2 killing, you say?
Yeah.
With an armor of
That
2.
is an upper arm. Damn, he's got it.
The chain shirt, baby. Thank God I upgraded.
I thought I could get him with the upper arm again.
I think we could make it
Not,
heavier.
not this time. I learned my lesson. You kept hitting my arms.
Yeah, so a couple of crossbow bolts catch you like in the upper arm and the shoulder, but they don't. They're using light crossbows and they're firing. I'm pretty sure a crossbow is medium range, so that's like 100 feet or 120 feet, so they can shoot you from this far.
Just
if it
fucking
was
short.
They couldn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're firing, kind of at the upper edges of their range, so they just kind of skim and bounce off your chainmail.
Get fucked.
Any other player actions we haven't resolved?
Like crossbows are actually
Technically, my parry, but it doesn't have a target anymore. So
Yeah, there's no actions to sets to parry.
Yep.
All right,
I
okay.
don't get it either.
They weren't using heavy crossbows.
No, those are slow.
Yeah.
Sorry, Omega. Off the top of my head, did the captain declare an action? The lady captain?
No, I did not have her declare an action. She's going to take out a guy.
Okay.
I forgot to include her, but it's pretty simple. She just reaches over and just backhands one of them with a baton.
Okay.
So I think that means that you're
3.
at
3 guys?
Yeah.
3 guys left. So we assume then that Thorin and Alestra take 2 more guys, so it's 1 guy.
I think that one guy probably runs.
Please.
Yeah, no, we literally just had this conversation. That guy just realizes that he's outnumbered on this boat as Thorin, jams a spear into the chest of one guy. I don't know if it really even kills her guy. I think she just double-handed right on top of the head with the iron rod. Clang.
I thought the rod just do it for her.
I mean, she gets a master die on that from the rod. It's living metal, so.
Yeah.
And he just, drops boneless onto the deck. That last guy just, realizes that he's outnumbered, takes off his hat, holds it over his chest, bows to the captain and says, "Captain, I will be leaving your employ," and just swan dives off the back. Just flops over the front of the boat.
Now I kind of wish he stayed. I like the cut of his jib.
Yeah, he could have also just walked to the other dock.
I don't think he wanted to risk it. It's...
No, fair.
I don't know if you guys remember. You just, used a master stroke. Like, you are a wizard with a sword and killed a guy. Their alleged captain of the boat is turned against them, and Inos, put on his scary demon face. He activated his, his killing spiritual pressure. No, that boat's bad. He's not staying.
Yeah,
I do have a question.
Yeah.
How do unworthies handle wasting shock?
They don't. They just die.
Okay.
I'm gonna explain this to you guys. Like unworthies, they don't have health. They don't have health. They don't have hitboxes. They have a threat threshold. You beat that threshold on a hit, they die. You do anything to them, they die. So anything fancy or something, not gonna do much.
Gotcha.
You're just gonna kill
Waste
one.
shock, I believe, is like lost basically because there's no guy to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because you're not usually doing area attacks. If you were doing an area attack, that would be interpolated as a morale attack.
Gotcha.
All right, so windless crew. Unless you guys are going to run over to the other boat, you're basically out of combat.
You know, do you have any firearms left?
No, my arquebus is I thought you brought a rifle.
No, I meant, do you have any firearm skill?
I mean, yes, but I'm not gonna start firing upon the boat. There's other things to do.
Fair enough.
Well, that's why I said if you guys don't want to run back over there. Like
I said, if you want to run over there and help out your brother, I can like. Same with Alestra. If I can keep Thorin, me, Thorin, and the captain can probably start doing things to do it.
Alestra needs to stay on this boat. Once again, she's the healer. Just in case.
Well, I mean, there's nobody to heal
She'll start
unless
right
she's
now.
going to start fixing guys who are knocked down. So, yeah.
No, that's a good point.
Like I said, so it's up. Well, like I said, you're the Marquess. It's your decision. Inos would like to stay on this boat because he is going to, pull up the far gangplanks, start prepping what we can.
Yeah.
But if you want to make the other fight go faster, it is like how many squares is that?
I mean, you're going to have to run because it's a pretty big dock, but
There's still plenty of dudes over there. I'm gonna be real. I wasn't expecting that.
I did say there were like
Yeah,
20
I
to
mean-
40 on deck. So,
Yeah.
I guess shooting
Not
would
that
be
many
a
up
terrible
front.
idea.
I mean, you could shoot across the deck, but
I mean, you're shooting up, and you got to remember, actually, it's a good question. What is a pistol or pepperbox range?
Medium.
Double
Pistol's
check.
medium.
Okay.
yeah, no. But Axe was talking about he
That's
brought
fine, yeah.
brought a rifle before because he was on the
I
ridge.
do.
with it.
I have an arquebus, yeah.
I mean, you could take pot shots, but
If you feel like it's uncouth.
we're pre-rifling. Like,
Yeah.
you don't really want to be firing into a melee. Like, that's... there's no system for, like, firing into melee in the game's rules, but, like, generally, tactics-wise, you guys would... Like, Leslok has firearms, he would know. You don't throw musket balls into a close melee.
That's
bad.
fair.
Flashbacks of the Star Wars campaign.
Okay, I'm gonna say this: if like Leslok has that thought and then thinks about it, okay, so like maybe I could do something, but maybe something needs to be done.
Okay,
about that.
Axe, I'm gonna stop your thoughts
something
here.
else.
You need to make a decision. Are you going over or not?
I'm not.
Stay on
I got
point.
weapons.
Okay.
Yeah, here's what I was going to say. Axe says he's not going to go, but I'll say this. He's at Sense 6. Leslok could just wait until we declare everybody else and see if he wants to get in on this. I'm
Okay.
assuming Enos, especially because you were at the bottom of towards the bottom of the Sense order. Technically, you're in the middle because there's like 5,000 Sense 3s. But like, you're earlier in the Sense order, you're just like, no, I'm out of combat.
Yes.
So we don't
I
know
think
about that. Leslok can pick if
Yeah.
he wants later.
I had a separate question.
Yes. Before I declare
What happened to the
enemy
people
is.
from the warehouse? Did they come with us, or did they just like kind of go their own way?
Which people?
The non-Veil folk.
They're with us?
The prisoners were following you.
Okay.
They're malnourished and beat up, so they're slow. They are probably going to start like jogging, jumping, or crawling onto this boat now that you are clearly in command of it.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll probably just
And in fact,
keep them rallied.
sorry, go ahead, finish.
They probably went around the other side.
Yeah.
What I think Thorin and Alestra are going to do, unless Enos or the captain needs them for something specific, is they're going to help those guys get on this boat. Because, like I said, they're those guys looked like actual like prisoners. They've like been in the brig of the boat before.
I won't stop Alestra, but Inos is gonna commandeer Thorin to pull up the gangplanks on the far side of the boat.
Okay, he can do that easy. He's got Rabbity.
Yeah. So basically the only easy access onto the boat is the dock side towards the Foxhound. After that, Thorin can go help take care of the people if he wants.
Yeah, he'll yoink the gangplanks. Is he? Yeah, he's probably smart enough. He probably will just draw his saber and like cut the ropes on that side
Is on the
rather
dock
than
side
bother
or
fucking with a knot.
The left
on
side
the,
or
on
right
the far side.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to cut all the ropes because then who knows where the fucking ship will go. But we're gonna want to be able to leave in a hurry, and we're not gonna fucking.
What the captain probably does, like the moment you take the boat, is she's like, first of all, she turns to you and Leslok and crew and asks, "Anyone know how to sail?"
Inos will, keep his silence.
I know how to navigate.
You're a giant metal man unhelpfully points to the other boat.
All right, okay.
Hold on.
Working with amateurs.
Well then, she points to probably to Leslok and Everhelm and like, well, lads, you're young and swarthy. Help me get the anchor. And she's gonna she's gonna start getting ready to undo knot lines and have you guys work the wheel that pulls up the anchor chain
Okay.
because that'll probably take you guys a little bit.
Hello, Everhelm.
Go with the Marquess, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Swore to carry your anchor chains.
Why do you think I changed
Sworn
jobs?
to carry your burdens.
You can't retroactively
Sworn
change it
to
too.
carry your burdens.
You can't weasel out of that now. You're berserker fighting guys right now. Speaking of which, okay, back on the boat. The threats, the villains. Let's see. Yeah, I killed a guy. I think that's counting for everybody on that side. So, there's now only 7 Threat 1 guys at the front. They realize that they are being bullied. They are going to attempt to bully back and are going to attempt to strike Konrad or Logesh with whatever they've got in hand. I forget what the actual technical term for like the stuffing tool is for a cannon, but like that thing, paddles, bailing hooks, pins, if they can get their cutlasses out, like that kind of shit. But just whatever they got to hand, they're gonna attempt to push back. The Threat 2 crew, who are down 2 guys, because Moira was able to get into sword range. And Lady White is a ranged attacker.
Death.
So there's now 18 guys. Actually, yeah, in the declare phase we'll have this. Brad won't roll for it, but he'll say, shit. He'll turn and say, "You lot," he gestures with one hand. "Run around up front. Don't let them take the mortars. You lot. Get those freaks." Points to Aurelia, whispering to her gun and the sparky metal man.
Oh, bring it on.
So the 8 guys are going to declare attacks. We'll have them roll. Nicola. I forgot which one he was for a second. Like,
Yeah.
no, not one of the L names. No, not the K name. Which one was it?
The end
that's right.
name.
So they're gonna switch to melee and attempt to mob Nicola and Aurelia.
Okay.
The other 10, he's dividing his group of guys, are going to haul ass down the boat. I will have them roll run to see how far they make it. And basically they're going to start like scooting up like here a little bit, and then the other half of them are going to like start running down the line.
Around the other mast.
Yeah. So, sense 2.
The question, I got.
Yes.
Is Bloody Bradley the man? Is he within 15 feet of me?
15 feet? No, not yet. He hasn't moved up.
Okay, then I'm going to punch the mooks next to me.
All right, fair enough.
While moving slightly closer to him.
Oh.
Mukatakirga. I can't pronounce it.
I'm not going to try.
All right. Logesh, you are also a sense 2.
Yes. Well, what I'm gonna do is hopefully wade into the group that I'm attacking, so hopefully, Konrad can get a better chance to get in here because I'm blocking his way, aren't I?
A little bit.
And actually,
So what I'm
I
gonna
will-
do.
Oh, sorry.
So I'm going to reckless abandon again, but this time I'm going to make 2 attacks.
Okay.
Yeah. I
You'll
will.
just
I
press
will also
forward
be
and start
making.
scything.
I will
I'm
also
going to
be making
swing
2
my
attacks.
bodies like this, and if you get hit, it's your own fault.
Basically, yeah. It's reckless abandon.
I will also be making 2 attacks because I feel like it's
Time to clear
appropriate.
that. So
Well, you need to start removing guys.
yeah.
Okay. Sense 3. Well, first of all, NPCs. Mattias and Ike will punch guys up front. We'll weed through those guys a little faster. Moira is going to declare her considerable parry dice to cover Aurelia. She's a cavalier. It's her job. Make sure she double check.
Aurelia also does not have 3 AP armor on right now.
Nope.
I mean AR.
Yeah, sorry, 3 AR.
I'm rating on my points.
Technically, 1 point of my body, or 2 points of my body, have 4 AR.
He does have
My right arm.
Yeah, he
Lifeless
he
Limb.
just gets 1 for free. And there's a reason why Lifeless Limb's a fucking intensity 5 spell.
Yeah.
There's a lot of extras. Let me actually double check. Yeah, the problem is that she has a shitload of parry, but the master die is only in sword, so. Oh, wait. That's right. She also has deflecting blow. Haha. These guys are fucked. That's right. So, yeah, she's going to do what Leslok does. She's going to declare that she's going to use her sword pool to parry and also to attack them. So she gets her master die on this. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Actually,
It's fun when you can just decide what works.
I imagine Moira's like, oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Wait a minute, I'm a badass. Hold on.
Yeah, those guys
One
start
more.
to mob Aurelia, and she's just like, oh no, I have to cover for her. Wait, I have 2 swords.
Wait,
I'll
hold on.
just go wide instead of thin.
This works out for me.
I guess everybody your allies at
all
3.
the
Bloody Brad, who
tokens
should technically be declaring first. God. I really want him to wait in with a pistol, but... Actually, we can try. We can see. He doesn't know what's going on with Nicola.
Yeah.
I have crossed out the gangplanks to be removed, and I have put Inos at the place he is standing, watching, waiting.
Yeah, whatever you did, because I had to reload the whiteboard because it made all the icons disappear.
Or maybe the texture's low quality, so let me go.
Yeah, I don't know.
Load.
There's a little bit of lag, it seems, but, it's fulfilling its purpose.
Yeah. And all I had to do was reload, like leave and rejoin it. So
Okay, now I
And
can hear those icons.
I can see everyone's icons again.
A little bit of lag if we like you tab out. Since Bloody Brad is not currently being attacked, he's just going to with his offhand, because he's holding a cutlass in one hand and a pistol in the other. He's just going to shoot Nicola. Bang.
Fair
And
enough.
take 15 feet step forward and just try and shoot him with a gun.
Drop the gun.
You know?
Set another one up.
Oh wait, no, I don't think the pistol does.
No, pistol doesn't have AP.
Dang.
No, it's just pistols are slow 1.
Yeah.
Why'd you want me to get hurt?
Because you have armor 4.
No, I have armor 3. I only armor 4 on my left arm or right arm.
And that's where he's going to hit you, probably. So.
Also, you're a
But
giant metal
knowing
man
our luck,
sparking in the
yes.
night.
I mean,
Glow.
yeah, no, you are the most obvious target right now.
No, that's fair.
Also,
Once again,
You go first.
no, go, Aaron.
Also, you're eyeing my man.
It's Aaron's boss fight, dude.
I'm not
Well,
hitting
Eric's at
him.
the other end of the boat right now. We
I know.
gotta work out the timing. But he is approaching. He's moving closer. He's like,
Don't worry, I'm
honest.
going to be running next this round. So
I'm honest. This man just appeared in front of me. I did not expect it at this end of the boat.
Man, I did not expect a soap drama in the middle of my pirate battle, but here we are.
Also, if you're going to talk about anyone kill stealing, we're about Aurelia.
well, that is the thing. Yeah, her declared action. If she got a fucking master die, she's gonna shoot him.
Well, I don't think,
She
I
said
don't think I
very
would feel
mean
that bad
things
about
about
that
Bloody
one.
Red.
You know, it's really good we're in this time, like we're in this era, because it's like, I think we kill a lot of people, actually.
You're murdering a lot of people.
I mean, to be fair, when you're fighting unworthies and killing them, they are mobs of men trying to kill you. Usually,
yeah.
like
Also,
we're in pitched battle.
Also, they are pirates. So don't feel that bad.
Also, I will say, like, the rules aren't necessarily you have destroyed their lives and they'll never step again. It is kind of nebulous on what you're attacking with them. If you're like Logesh and attacking them with reckless abandon with a Bardige, cleaving them in twain, yeah, they're not going to survive that. Stabbing them through the heart, not going to survive that either. But, you know, terrifying them, they're just running off the deck. Those guys will probably live to see another day. You know, Nicola punching them, well, I don't know if he was going to, with the electric, it'll do it, but Nicola punch them, might just knock them out.
Well, the
break a rib.
electricity's all in shock damage, so I imagine it's not lethal electricity.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, usually the way I think of it is if you eliminate an unworthy with shock damage, they're probably just unconscious.
Yeah.
If you do killing damage, they're probably dead unless you go out of your way to not do it. If you're using something like a gun or like a polearm that's shock and killing, they're dead and they're probably messily dead.
That's fair. I do with plus one in killing, so I probably do, like, I cut the guy's hand off, and he runs the fuck away.
That being said,
No, your guy
Nicola,
you attack, you cut his throat. I said.
Nicola is killing them because I would remind you, all of Nicola's unarmed attacks are killing damage.
Let's see. Hold on. Where is it?
Well,
Isn't that a choice?
No, yeah, you did.
Oh, is it a choice? Well, I thought it wasn't a choice. If it's a choice,
I
you
think
would.
it is.
Oh my God.
Do your damage is killing.
Guys, I found a bet.
Yeah,
I typed in Folkleaf. I found a great GIF.
That is a really good GIF. The cinematography.
Daddy's home.
Okay, that was everybody at 3, so...
Is he wearing a fucking
5.
frog head?
5.
That's Konrad, that's Lady White, so...
I don't know, there's one more at 5.
You've got this here, Logesh, and before waiting to hear an answer, Konrad will turn and start bolting towards the other end of the ship.
I love that I waited to give him space.
He's running towards those 10 men.
Okay. Alright, so you can kind of scooch yourself wherever you want your 15 feet of free to be.
Aaron,
Wanna
don't
go, like,
forget, you got
lengthwise or
really
roundwise?
boots. boots.
Yeah, I remember the
Yeah, you
master
do the master
this
dive
time.
run.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So,
I think I also let Silver Tongue sheath itself and drop my shield and pull out Beestenjäger as I run.
Oh, he's getting the big one.
Yeah,
I was wondering, I feel like if you're going to do your solo charge, you might as well bring out the big thing, cut like 4 people in half.
Okay.
no, looking at Thunderfist, I do not believe I can choose not to do them in killer.
Ooh.
Is it the warrior's unarmed strike do killing damage instead of shock?
And if it says instead,
Yeah, it says instead.
well, that's how it be.
I mean, I guess it's like your fists are deadly weapons. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I've declared.
Note to self: I can no longer do unarmed spars with my allies.
Unless you can. Yeah, I guess you can't.
No. Okay, no. The phrasing is a little ambiguous because Thunderfist is as living weapon stance and you do killing damage insteed of shock.
Oh, so I
believe you have
canceled
to
it
say
on
you are
now?
using Thunderfist technique.
Oh, okay. Then on these unnamed pirates, then I would not be using. As much as I dislike pirates, I would not be just murdering them for willy-nilly.
Because it's like living weapon stance means that you get to get to parry without penalty,
Sorry,
when
then.
unarmed and out of armor, and then Thunderfist is as living weapon
Okay.
stance, additionally, you do killing instead of shock. So it's a thing
Sorry.
you choose to be like.
It was a little bit ambiguous, so sorry about
Yes, I had. That's why I had to double check the wording. Okay.
that. Okay, so I can have fisticuffs with allies now. That's good.
It means you have a murder stance.
Lady White is going to quote unquote drop her longbow. It just vanishes into the ether. And she's going to produce a leaf-bladed longsword, which appears to be made out of glittering green glass.
This is some fucking Skyrim. This is some fucking
Say
Elder
shit.
Scrolls ass fucking weapon here.
And
Yes.
Since those guys are going to try and attack Aurelia, she's going to beat the shit out of them. Yeah, she's just gonna sword.
I guess this was the weapons that were hanging over her mantle.
Yeah, and she has Jungler's Pocket, so she can just grab them.
And I feel like nothing is. I feel like she can't fail that one because I feel like nothing's gonna fuck with her shit.
She
That's
did
right.
actually-
Her Jungler's Pocket just goes back to her house.
Yeah, basically. Like that's the thing is like technically Jungler's Pocket you have to worry about somebody stealing your shit, but you know that guys can't steal her shit because she's boarded up her door on the other side.
Oh yeah, 'cause it's. Oh yeah, sure.
With black iron nails.
So, yeah, no, she's gonna switch to sword and is going to sword voice. How good is her sword pull? Ah, okay. So she's got coordinate 5, sword 5 plus expert die.
Sounds about right. Yes.
So she's just gonna sword these guys twice. And they will probably die. Okay, I think that's everybody. So, Rolium.
Is Alestra coming over to our boat?
No.
No.
Okay, then yeah. Then Oriadnir will stay there. He's essentially on Shadow Alestra.
Alright, that's the mooks running. Actually make some sets.
This fight became way more comprehensible now that like it's only one conflict.
I mean, that usually happens. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't even sure it would be all, you know. As you can see from the windless, there were a couple ways to handle that one.
I mean, true. And now we might actually, lucky good for you, we might have a Windwitch ally now.
Well, it depends.
I know what you guys want.
Might.
Let's not get ahead of
I'm
ourselves.
fucking inside your heads. I know what's up.
It's like,
Well, no,
You know
yes.
what?
Emega knows. Like, give me a cool lady. Shit, I don't want to kill her.
Also, we already have a Windwish ally.
Literally every time I think it's like, oh, do I need to like tell Omega anything about my character? It's like, no, he's been playing my character's mother very accurately. He knows exactly what my character is about.
No, I think I think we've been doing this for over a year. You know, we're in session 51. I think I got a pretty good grasp of like what the players and characters are gonna go for. Like occasionally you guys do blindside me, but usually I'm like, you know, if I put a bag of money here and I put some guys to fight there, you know, put a boat over here. Sorry, I lost track of what I was
On
thinking.
one side of the crevasse and a pretty girl on the other side of the crevasse, and have Inos only pick one.
I give Inos the chickens, the grain, and the fox riddle.
but then suddenly
That
Aren
wouldn't,
just takes the
that
other
wouldn't
one.
actually work because Inos just wouldn't cross the river.
Yeah.
Okay.
I-
There we go. Bloody
You want me to cross a
Rage.
body of water? Are you daft?
Okay. And
Not 2 sets.
no, they only declared one shot.
It's literally our child. I made it alive.
I'm not gonna say that.
Don't make it too weird.
I mean, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. I said because it was absurd.
God. Okay. Now I have to think. No,
Is
it's
that
gotta be.
Mora?
We gotta make that. We gotta make that 2 9s. No, it's Aurelia with the master die.
Oh, okay.
God damn it, Axe. Now I'm
What?
Moira's
picturing
got it.
there's some spot in the Seawolf where there's a BB unit.
That's not my. That's your own fault. I'm sorry.
No, you mentioned it would be in the live, so the child. So
I've said nothing. Okay, nothing I've said besides it being kind of hyperbolic has been untrue.
yeah, it's fine. I'm just joking.
I think it's time to turn on my aircon. It's getting warm in here.
I haven't started sweating yet. That's actually a good sign for this game.
Let's see. Threat 2s. Threat 2s. We got 9s. So we could just do.
Honestly, if I had bows or a crossbow, I would try some stupid ass trick shots, like trying to shoot straight up and see if I can get them on the downward arc.
There are actually like a couple of techniques in various disciplines that kind of model that. I think one of them lets you like. There's literally one of the bow disciplines lets you like ignore cover.
Huh? That'd be pretty good. But alas,
You
I do
arc
not.
over them.
I'm just thinking out loud. As
Yeah, I think Moira's gonna
technically
put her
out of
master
combat.
die to the 9s, and that's gonna be your parry set, and then she's gonna use the 6s to stab.
Yep.
All right, everybody rolled.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody with a funny haha 3 width? Or more?
Yeah, I got nothing with.
I do have a 3 with.
That's right, you got a master die on you.
Yeah, I was gonna 3/8.
Well, that's 5 feet per width, so you get to haul ass 30 feet
Nice.
down the
I think
boat.
you make.
I removed my original 15, so
And those guys, I think,
Remember.
also made a 3 width, so
slammed together in the middle.
yeah, basically. Night. We just copied them. Which is, I'm sure, very like fun and cinematic, as 10 guys, versus one Konrad, literally body blocking them all. Okay. Right, I need to tab out of the whiteboard. Let's maybe like, what are my roles? Right, text channel. Because I don't think I can put D1 in the VC. Yeah, the run's got 3 fours, so that's the set they'll use for more width. Threat 2s have 2 9s, those are being gobbled.
Oh, excuse me.
Also, I think they get punched because he's going to do 3s. The threat 1's got any 3s? No, they got a couple of 2s. And Brad only got 5s. Okay. Yeah, which are not going to go off because Aurelia's going to shoot him in the chest. Yeah, so what did you get, Nicola?
I got 3 6s for my first hit.
Alright.
So that
Cold
takes out a
fire.
guy.
Yeah.
And then I have 2 8s for my second hit. And I bring down the double axe handle.
Well, again, your second hit won't go down until we're into the 2 width.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I mean,
still
I
on
think we
3.
are there, though. Because I think there aren't any other 3s.
I give a good look because I am a more wrestling oriented style, so it's less of a punch and more of a lariat than an axe handle.
Actually, good question. I know Loth said BRB. Did he roll?
Sorry about that.
Loth, did you roll?
No, I have no
Did you
roll.
roll
I
yet?
had to go
Okay.
to the toilet.
Darn.
That's
Roll
fair.
the dice.
Just double checking. That's why I was like, hold on, wait a
The
minute.
stomach and
How much dice am I rolling to make several attacks?
It's 1
Because
reduced
the
by
same
every
pool,
attack.
you roll the same pool, you would just take 1 die out.
for each other attack, so you just take
For
-1.
each additional attack, yes. You
Oh, and if
So
that
-1. So if
actually,
I'm rolling, if I with Reckless Abandon would be rolling 12, even though the max is 10, I'd be rolling still 10.
Yeah, you still
No,
roll
you
10,
still.
yes.
Oh,
yeah,
That is
because
how it works?
your dice pool will go
Yeah,
up
penalties
to 12.
and bonuses cancel out, so.
Also, do you have
Yeah.
a master die or expert die in that pool?
Nope,
Okay, just double check.
not yet.
that's why I rolled mine the way it is. I'm 9D with 1 extra die. Oh, that okay. Yeah, that's 2. No, that's 3.
Also, no 3 hits.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah,
You
it's
still
4
got your 2
sets.
hits in.
2 10s, 2 8s, 2 5s, 2 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably use your 10s and 8s, because I think we're going to 2 width. So at 2x10, Logesh, you just lop a pirate's head off.
You didn't need it.
Ching!
Yep, he didn't need it.
Then, I think I can do this way? Yes. So the threat ones would remove their 6s. So simultaneously, cross-counter style, you kill a second guy, and he hits you with a club or something. So that would be 3 shock to hit location 8, which is your torso. How much armor you got in your torso?
2. So I take 1 shock to my torso.
Okay. Yeah, he hits you with like an oar or, like I said, like a belaying pin or something, just like an improvised club. But
Still
like
enough
I said,
to do damage.
The blunt impact hurts you through the chain shirt. That guy pays though with his life as you embed the blade of your Bardiche head, in his chest. He, spits some blood onto the front grill of your helmet. As I just imagine you do like a fucking yeah, and like twist your hips to throw him out of the way.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know if you guys realize this. Logesh is scary.
Logesh is very scary.
Yeah, there are 7 guys in that group? Logesh has killed 2 at least by himself.
Logesh is the DPS.
I could take him.
He's one of your DPS, actually. Like, Conrad's no slouch either.
I would argue the way I've built Nicola, I'm kind of a healer tank, if anything.
You do have a lot of defensive options to take less damage and armor up. So, healing and blocking as a tank is not bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, losing my mind. We're at 2s. Yeah, Conrad ran just the turn, so you're...
I
so
double axe handle
2
another
hits.
goon. Yep.
All right, 2 of those guys get fished out. As I said before, the threat 2s try to hit Aurelia with their 9s. Moira is just like, no, you don't. Ching! And then at 2x6, just the guy who got closest to hitting Aurelia with the cutlass just gets a short sword embedded in his gut. Ching! No, I don't think so.
Do any of them hit me?
Let's see. The threat 2s. They got any sets left?
I hope no, because then
funny
no one
enough,
knows my.
They got 2x5s, and Bradley also has 2x5. So is it your once again time to ask? Hey, is it your right arm or your left arm that's the prosthetic?
So the right arm is the prosthetic.
Hey, guess what happened?
Oh, so
5 is the right side, I believe.
They see my that basically they shoot my Ori Kilkum hand.
5 is right arm, yes.
Just
So at the same time, a bullet, slams into your forearm, and just the soft lead just goes flat.
Sorry,
As
my
you, like, throw it
adamant
off.
and Ori Kilkum. I
At
will
the same
actually
time,
look
one
up
of
and
those
go,
guys actually gets close enough and tries to hit you with a cutlass, because the pistol is width and shot killing. So it would be
Yeah.
2 shock, 2 killing, but guess what? You have 4 armor in that location, so it's all eaten.
You better not have scratched the finish on. Sorry, you better not have scratched the finish on this.
And I just imagine that as one of the pirates gets close enough to try and hack at you with a cutlass, you just reach up and grab the blade. Cling! Copies made of metal.
Spoilers.
Also, this technically happened before because I was going to say Aurelia's going to use your Master Die for 2x9.
Oh,
But as I said, Bloody Bread does have a breastplate. On. Which I think is that 3 in the chest?
it's 3 AP. Yeah, it's 3 AR.
Yeah, so she would have done 2 shock, 2 killing herself. So,
So one
the-
shot
the-
through.
No, breastplate is 3.
yeah, 3. So
Yeah.
it removes 3 points of killing and shock,
Oh.
not 3 points of damage total. So, like I said, Aurelia just draws, fires, and it does the thing that the breastplate is supposed to do. The lead pistol ball just thunk bounces off. Ping! You're gonna have to use a bigger one than that. Aurelia curses in deep speak.
The air twisting.
Anybody's actions not get resolved? Any sets we want to double check?
I don't think that's everything.
I'm good.
Lamora got 1. Nicola got 2. Lady in White got another one. So those guys were 8. They are now 4. The 4 threat 2 guys that are fighting Nicola and crew are going to keep pressing, though, because they're unfortunately
lag.
bandwidched between... Yeah. Their captain is behind them and scary people in front of them, so it's just like, well, I can either quit this job and be stranded in the Fogveil, or maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah. Not an enviable position, to say the least.
Logesh got 2 guys. Ike and Mattis get another 2 guys. So there are 5 guys left at the front. That does mean they're down to half, but they're also in kind of an awkward position, and they are like still technically outnumber you, so they're not ready to call it quits yet.
Isn't it less because Logesh killed 2?
Yeah, they were 7. Actually, no, you're right. They'd be down to 3 because they got 2 more.
I killed 2 guys.
5 then. In that case, with only 3 guys left, it's even odds. They are going to do the smart thing, and despite the fact that they are, a couple of yards up over the ocean level, they're just going to, hop off the front of the boat.
Not worth
I ain't paid
it.
enough for this. Foo, foo, foo. Sploosh, sploosh, sploosh. All right, so we return to declares. The threat 1 guys, no more. They're declared action over the side. The 4 threat 1 guy or threat 2 guys, they're gonna do something a little unusual. Brad is just gonna be like, he gestures at Nicola with his now emptied gun, and he just says, "Well, then shove him over the side." So they're gonna attempt to push you. Or
Oh no.
they can't really
Okay.
do fancy maneuvers, so it's gonna be more of like they're just gonna try and grab and lift you. They are
They're gonna
sailors.
try and... Oh, they try and grab me?
Yes.
Fair enough.
You are wearing like clothing and robes and belts and stuff.
Belts and stuff.
So but yeah, you're gonna, I assume, either punch them all or
Okay.
counter grapple. Yes.
I wasn't thinking about the electricity. I was thinking about bear wrestling.
So the 10 on Konrad are going to declare that they're gonna try and hit you, Konrad. They're trying to beat you up.
Just 10 guys.
Sense 2.
Sense 2s.
You're in.
The guys I am fighting have jumped off, right?
Yeah, they're not there anymore. You can't see them on the map.
Good.
They're not real.
They have fucked off. Okay.
Honestly, that's usually how I rule groups of mooks anyway. But I'm glad that the book explicitly says, yeah, no, if like half these guys get wiped out in one turn, just they fucking go home. They don't want to be here.
Konrad can take care of himself. I heard that Nicola is supposedly about to be pushed off. I will go assist Nicola. So, guessing how far that is, though, that's my entire turn just running.
Well, you can move like that far for free. So if you want to move more, you're gonna have to make body plus run, to try and run up.
Yeah, that will be my turn then.
Yep.
I want to assist.
I'll do the exact same thing I did last turn, which because I assume Bradley is still not within range of me.
Now you moved up 15 feet. He shot you. He's probably, if you have free movement as well, you could probably scooch to him.
Okay. Hmm. Well, if I restrain him, it'll be an easier kill for whoever wants to kill him.
Yeah, but then it's not going to be a very sporting fight for the person who wants to kill him. Also, weren't you supposed to be like setting up a powder room and stuff? And why are you getting your wrestler on?
All of these people appeared where I tried to enter the boat.
Because you went to the wrong side of the boat.
I did mention before, they're not like depicted, but so hey, here's a square bread. They're not depicted, but there should be hatches, stairwells, and stuff down into the boat in amidships because again, this is a very long boat.
Okay,
It's like
then
160 feet long.
I will whack two of the goobas in front of me and head down into the ship.
All right, you can probably do that with your free movement.
Yeah.
Okay, sense threes.
I'm not going to run because I can't make it.
Assume that
not going to try.
Madison Ike are going to spend their turn running up to catch the 10 guys facing Konrad. He's tough, but he is outnumbered. So they're going to try and jog up behind, basically. Aurelia does have a pepper box, so she could keep shooting. But she would not get the advantage of the master die. So I think she's actually going to... actually, I do believe when we talked about this before, we did talk about having her also...
Yes, she was also supposed to be on Team Sabotage. Using Shatter the Soul to break specific components like the tiller, masts, anything that's
the keel. She probably should just go to the keel and just fuck it up.
Well,
no, actually, I think he said the keel is the bottom of the boat. So
yeah.
I think Inos said something very interesting there. Yeah, so she will, because it's a free action for fluff. She will rotate the barrel of the pepper box to the next loaded chamber, but instead of firing it, she's just gonna pivot to the mast that she's right next to, and is going to shatter the soul on it. She's going to punch the mast
fair
apart.
point. Oh, I know. Oh my god, can I change my action? Because I just remembered something.
Yes, technically, but see what you're thinking about.
So we want the boat to sink, correct? Or be non-usable? What if I just took my Alcahest and dropped it?
The Alcast is going to burn a hole in the ship. It's not going to sink the ship.
Yeah, it's a pretty big boat. It would start eating through the deck and eat down to the water line. But that would be the hole you're going to make with Alcahest would be something that a bucket brigade could stop.
Okay, then I'm just going to keep heading towards the powder.
Yeah, you're going to hop down.
But I am going to punch two of these fools on the way out because once again, I can't run.
Yeah.
Nah, do it.
Literally, my run dice is 3 dice.
Your odds of making a match are very bad, yes. I think Morgan's just going to try and, kill those last two guys as well.
Also, I totally think fucking Aurelia should get her bonus die on this cast to fuck up this boat.
Vengeance.
Get my internet cut out.
So wait, has Bradley declared his action?
No, he sends 3, buddy. You don't get to. You definitely can't change your action based on his
yeah.
action.
No.
That's future knowledge.
Okay.
Technically, he should be declaring before you guys do it 3, but there's a big gap here.
Okay.
Trying to think. He has a couple of tricks.
Is Mara at 2 or 3?
Maury's at 3.
Okay, then I'm gonna leave that to her.
We're technically at that block. We're basically, I can talk a little about his psychology. Brad's in an interesting place. His guys are being bodied slowly. Like they've scored a couple of minor hits, but they're not actually getting any weight in because you guys are being pretty aggro. But like also, he's pretty unharmed. You know, he took a bullet in the chest and is fine. So like, he doesn't want to get swamped. I'm trying to think. I don't necessarily want to, have him hop over the side and be like, "Curse you, Spider-Man!" and fight another day.
I mean, it is kind of the smartest idea. I'm not gonna lie.
That would be
Well,
cooking Aren there.
I'm gonna be real. If he leaves his boat, he's probably never gonna have like a boat like this again.
No, it's true, but I'm just saying, like, with the amount of people we have on this boat, if I was him, I'd run.
No, you wouldn't, because you still have a numerical advantage.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's still got 14 guys plus him. He's still got like twice as many guys as you.
They just need to land.
I'm just trying to figure out. My way forward is I don't want to just waste attacks with like NPCs wailing on each other, but the guy is where all the NPCs are.
Welcome back.
He can shoot me before I move.
Honestly, Omega, you can just make it a stalemate to expedite things until
he can
PCs
attack me
involved.
before I move.
No, I thought about that, but it's like, no, he wouldn't, because his option would be either to cutlass you or like club you with the empty gun. But you're made of metal. That's not going to work. His like plan to deal with you is he's going to hope that his guys can grab you before they get punched, basically.
I mean,
actually, no. Yeah, he has the right skills for this. He's going to declare full dodge, basically. And he has, what's the technique name? Oh, he's got a couple. He's got. Let me double check then which one which benefits I'm getting. Okay, he has jaunty dodge.
Does he have he has that acrobatic dodge?
Yeah, School of the Jaunty Acrobat. He has jaunty dodge, so he can multitask dodge and. And do I want to have him do... Actually, I should double check. Can he do that? Oh, yeah, he's got plenty of run. Yeah, he's going to declare dodge and run. He is going to try and, like, roll past, Moira, Lady White, etc., and try and get, like, amidships where he can either join his guys on Konrad, maybe he can do something about, like, Logesh and the guys fucking up his front, and if he needs to, he can get the gangplank. Because what I think he's gonna do is like he's gonna like look over the side, like, yeah, he would phrase it this way. He's gonna say, "Noitona, Marsh is gonna hear about this." From the other deck of the boat, Captain Noitona at the helm yells back, "Not from you, she's not." God, fucking bitch.
Wait,
what name did he say? Hold on.
Marsh.
Marsh. Okay.
Oh, fuck Mariposa. Fuck.
Enos will turn. Aren will turn to our good captain and be like, "Quick aside, Mariposa Marsh."
She kind of shrugs. Didn't give a first name. Which is very ironic.
Spooky witch, spooky witch
Randy
lady.
Marsh.
No, it's more of like
Well, you got to remember, Marsh is just a name given to those who are not recognized by their house. So it could be another Marsh. Could be the same Marsh. We don't know.
It's one from the bear cages, at least.
Yeah.
It should be related.
Could be related. Well, maybe or not. Again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
We'll find out.
unclaimed by a house, but
God, what was her title?
But I have a name to give to the the Lady Admiral now.
Well, we
That one narrow it down.
by the way, I will say, when she says, didn't have a first name, and then she says that's ironic. She kind of like rolls her left shoulder and winces, kind of glancing at the iron band. Unfortunately, combat rounds are like 5 or 6 seconds at a time, so you don't really have a chance, Enos, for an in-depth conversation.
Yeah.
I would like to have an in-depth conversation about that band, but I also do need to keep an eye on this fucking game plank and the docks to make sure no one runs up.
No, trust me, we'll have plenty of time when we're sailing.
Yeah,
So that's the person who
From
does
your
the most
vantage point, Enos,
does the most conversations.
you can see like the couple of guys, hop off the end.
Mhm.
They swim to the dock side. They probably do not climb up on the pier and try and like take the windlass. They are like, I guess the best way to put it, like they probably start jogging in the city towards the citadel. One of them might remember to be like, "Oi, the boat's getting attacked! Oi!" As they're like sprinting into the night.
Well, it's
They
going
are
to probably
not-
take
they're
them a
not
little
really
while to
mounting
get
a
to the Citadel.
resistance.
I think
How's the
it
sound
all
of drums
starts its
going?
own problems.
It's only been like, it's been several combat rounds, but it's been maybe like 1 or 2 minutes tops. So
Okay.
there's still sounds of like drumming, horn blowing, distant, battle ambience.
Okay.
Clang, 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 bang. Sorry, I wanted to make laser sounds as like a joke, but I couldn't do it seriously enough. Like, just, as you know, battle ambiance.
Battle ambiance. X-wing sounds overhead.
Quack, 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 quack.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, so that's Brad's declared. And then we go to 5, Konrad.
I'm sad that it's not the first round of comment. I wanted to try and threaten these guys.
So you can't display move, but I think you can still threaten.
Nah,
Yeah, you can always
has to be on the
threaten. And
first-
also, you can display kill.
Nah, threaten. It says it has to be on the first round of combat.
Can't you still
That's
display
very
kill?
limiting.
Summary
I do
display
not
move is
know what
verbal.
display
Before
kill
combat
is. Let me
actually
look.
begins, yes, you throw out a threat.
Play move.
Oh, it's on turn order. Okay.
Yeah. You can display. Yes, you can still display kill
One action.
mid-battle.
Okay, what does that do? Let's see.
Make a normal
Result.
attack with a -D penalty. You must kill an opponent with an attack to get the benefits.
We do not hit or do damage. Yeah, it's
display
not
move
what I
also has
was
to, I
going
think, before the fight starts. But the display
Yeah.
kill is
Display-
different. That's
Is that different? It's not under
yeah, that's in
display move.
advanced maneuvers.
Yeah.
Well, that's simple movers again. 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me see if that's
Display kills not in advance. You take a -1 penalty. You have to kill an opponent, but you're fighting unworthy, so that's pretty good. Basically, if you succeed, you also produce a morale attack equal to the height or width of your whichever's higher.
All right. That is definitely what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So
Like, sorry, like,
yeah, thank you for letting me know. Like
Yeah.
I like.
No, I mean that's good to double check as well. I didn't realize it is
Yeah.
plainly stated in there, but threaten is also is first round combat only. But yeah, display kill is
Let's see. Threat.
like, I'm sorry, that is definitely something I feel Konrad would do on the reg against dudes, especially with Beast Slayer in hand.
Yeah, literally. So it would be what a multiple action. I get 1 -1D. Make a normal attack with a -D penalty. All right. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
it's not
doing.
multiple actions, just -1D. So
So display kill.
if you succeed and kill a guy, you will do a morale attack
Yes.
based on the results. All right, so yeah. And those guys are attacking you. Okay.
I should have
Oh,
recommended it
okay.
earlier since it does do a morale attack, but I kind of forgot.
It happens.
What determines like standard, expert, master? Oh, okay.
That's
wait, no,
width.
it's just saying the width. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
it has
damn,
a, has
okay.
has a recommendation for it. Okay. I think we're ready to roll. So everybody, fire your actions.
Fire them off.
Hustle
Well,
8.
Luckily, yeah. Guess what? They're mooks. So they have to break that into multiple sets because Bloody Brad is not directly ordering them.
Haha!
Well, they do get 2 sets to try.
Mucha.
Wait, no, I don't have the master die for this one.
Actually, yeah.
Damn.
We won't. Or really, we'll let her.
3 2s.
Red. Let's run that. That.
Don't think.
Yeah, same pool. Okay.
Yeah, because penalties that take away master dice, right?
As if it brings your dice pool below 10.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm using Beast and Jaeger, which doesn't give me that extra die, so extra skill. So
Oh, so that's what you have a dice pool over 10 for, so you can keep your master and expert die.
Yeah. If,
yeah,
yeah, if you have dice pools over 10, they will eat penalty dice and not make you lose your master and expert die. If you lose an actual die from your pool, that first die is always your master or expert die.
yeah.
I now know where I'm going to put a point in it, because I'm going to put a point in Veilcraft.
Yeah, no.
Later. Actually, that might work. Okay.
He'll figure it out. Okay. Anybody beat a 3 width? The 4 width doesn't count. They have to. They're mooks.
The mooks.
Beat a 3 width or get a 3 width?
Well, yeah, get a 3 width, but Brad
Hello.
has 3 9s, which he's using to dodge. Okay.
I did get a 3 width. Yes.
I have a 3 width.
Okay, so I think you guys both go after his dodge is declared. So, well, what height are you using, Konrad?
I'm using 2s.
Okay.
That's what I have.
I have.
Well, you still kill someone and still do a morale attack of 2.
At expert, yeah.
No, 3.
Oh, 3.
Tres
Tighter width
sis.
is ever better. Actually, no. It's bigger than that because he got a 3 width as well. But no,
I would
Nicola,
also
you're first,
it
'cause
would
you're
also
both
add by
3/6s.
command.
Tres sis, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, no, it's a big one.
So you just, I think you just, as these guys like encircle to grab you, the first guy who comes up, you just like
Cut him in half.
leg sweep, shove him to the ground.
I just fucking bulldog him. Just,
You're down the stairs.
Yeah, actually, yeah, he clangs his chin and rolls down the stairs. They'll remove the 1s from their set.
I know exactly what pose Nicola is doing right
No, I
now.
meant
Hold on.
Nicola was going down the stairs as he's doing that.
Well, no, I
they've got
imagine
2
they
6s
crowd me
left to
as
grab
I'm.
him. So
Yeah, as I'm heading down the stairs, they all crowd me. So I go, oh ho.
just judo roll one guy over your shoulder, throw him down the stairs. Clunk, clunk.
And I'm gonna choke slam this next motherfucker. Spoiler: I got 2 sets again.
Do you often choke
Yeah, but they
slam
have a
bears?
set. I mean, it works.
I mean,
Yeah.
Dallas can't not play a wrestler.
I can't. No.
Um,
When I'm using the wrestling fighting style, I'm using. Well, also, to be fair, and this is something I recently learned. Do you know that pro wrestling basically inspired most shonen anime?
I can believe it.
Yeah, I look at New Japan.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, no, it's because one of the most famous roots for all shonen anime was Kinnikuman,
Yeah.
which was made by a bunch of wrestling nerds.
Yes.
Good old
Ultimate,
Kinnikuman.
yeah.
Man.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so we do Konrad. So you do kill an unworthy,
Yep.
and then what's your command stat?
3.
So that's +3.
So it's
That'll
plus 3.
be-
So that's
and you can use
roll
your-
attack of
your-
6.
Yeah. So there were 9 guys. That's a morale attack. 6. It meets or exceeds their threat. So 6 of them just go as I assume you just like 2-handed grip, vertical slam this blade down Or maybe it's 2, so maybe it's a low blow. Maybe you start blade low and lift.
Leg off.
So you split this guy groin to gullet.
I think what it is like I literally like slice up through like a leg and a thigh. He falls to the ground, and then I just stab it down into him. Who wants to be like
you're
him?
The one, yeah, and you're just like, who's next? Those 6 guys see their captain like fucking, Titanfall parkour slide, past Moira and the scary lady, and they're like, "Oh, our captain's also running. Cool."
I'll take a bullet to being cut in half.
If possible, they're going to leave the fight, Konrad, by running forward past you, and they are basically going to attempt to run forward off the front end of the boat. 3 of them do stay and fight, probably because they are physically body blocked by you, so they're just like, well, I can't get past this guy anyway, so...
this makes things go a lot faster.
Pretty gonzo.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Like,
It feels like it's like purely
you know,
Conrad's
you're
kit.
like-
It feels like it lines up really well. So actually, yeah.
And then, dun, dun, dun.
Dirt,
Yeah.
dirt, dirt, dirt.
He'll pause right around
Bop,
here.
bop, bop.
Let's, like, shift that up there a little. Okay. Anybody else got 3 widths? Okay. Logesh is 2 10s, I think?
Yep. And that's just for my run.
All right, so you get to move 15 feet, which I already scooched you, and then you move another 5 feet for each width, so you get another 10. So you scooch like up here-ish.
Yeah.
So you're about halfway up to somebody.
Now I could probably go beat. Oh wait, no, I can't beat up a red square. That's someone else's target.
I mean, you could try. He's got body armor. Aurelia literally called her shot magically, point blank, shot him with a gun, and he just went, heh.
I am not going to have to deal with Konrad whining at me.
Wine is a word choice.
We'll see how the fight goes. Let's see. Then next in sets. Yeah, those guys just eat all their sets because they would have had to get out of there, so they're just not there. Okay. So at 6s, where's really a set? Oh, really? It was 3-6. Sorry, that's my bad. Forgot about that.
Well, she's just breaking the mass, which I think is going to be impressive in its own right.
Yes, but not really matters for speed. But yeah, at 3x6, Aurelia with her empty offhand just rotates to the mast behind her and just shouts in deep speak, "Break!" The whole mast quivers like, and then just there's a thunderous as it like splinters all the way up and just like splits apart into like 4 big pieces.
Yeah.
Rope goes everywhere. Shards of wood go everywhere. The big canvas sails that were furled, so they're like raised up, like start tumbling down.
Now we
Buster
cinematic.
says, "Fuck," as he looks up and covers his head as bits of shrapnel rain down into the water. Just for cinematic, I just imagine over at the Citadel, the pirates are fighting for their lives against the Vanguard forces, and one of them like looks out into the bay and hears like a deep, and just looks out and is like, "Holy shit! Did the boat fucking explode?" Cut back. At 2x6 though, Nicola, 3 guys grab you. I gotta double check.
Okay.
What would this even be? I can't really do complex maneuvers. Well, it is a simple maneuver, I guess, to like go for like a pin or restraint.
They have to do some rolling.
I mean, they did roll, bud.
Or I have to do some rolling.
I guess the question is, let me double check the effective pin. If you pin, you're motionless. Neither of you can attack, defend, or move until you let go. Yes, I believe that would cancel your second punch.
Yeah, it would also cancel my movement.
Yes, correct. Basically, three guys grab you, like they grab a hold of your robes and like your belts and stuff, and they like grab you, and you kind of stop short after you throw that guy, and then they go, "Captain, we've got him! Captain, we've got him!
Captain, where'd you go?
What are we supposed to be doing, Captain?"
So you mean to wrestle me?
Conrad just speaking like the fucking Chad, or not Conrad, Nicola. Conrad's killing other guys. Nicola's like doing like the Chad voice meme, like, "Oh, you gonna grab me?" Yeah, I think
I
Brad is
learned
just
from
kind of
that
like,
map.
you know, jogging and cursing. Yeah, did I get everybody's sets and stuff? I think so. That's why I have to sometimes ask and be like, everybody resolve all their sets? Okay, good.
Yes.
So I think we declare it again. God, this is something I gotta say as a question to you guys. So, Pin says you can't attack. Shove says that it is an attack pool.
You cannot shove while pinned unless you have abilities that let you do that. Or shove while pinning.
Actually, hold on, I have a different idea. Damn. Sorry, I thought about them doing Iron Kiss. To just, like, hold a weapon up to Nicola.
Also, they can attack.
Combat.
They can attack me. I can't attack them.
Yeah, remember, if they have the pin, they can do strangle and
Yeah.
So,
something else?
this I will say, no, they can't. That is under advanced maneuvers. Unworthy opponents say they don't get fancy moves.
Oh,
They are supposed to
right.
just like attack and avoid. I am being very generous by saying that they can like try and like grab and like, you know, hold down Nicola.
I'm gonna be
Enough,
real.
bro.
They don't really have the combat discipline to like go for like a chokehold, you know.
Yeah, they
Well,
do.
no,
they just grab.
you-
They just put their
but-
meats. They just put their mitts around their
But
hand.
also, you can attack a person you have pinned, correct?
No,
Can't they just-
neither of you may attack, defend, or move.
Huh. Well, I need to ask how something works after this
Yeah,
time.
because Omega, I'm gonna be real. That's on you for giving them an action that is like generally more fancy than just attack or dodge.
They can hit me.
Because like grappling an opponent leads into other options which are any. So if you only give them grapple and not access to the other moves, you kind of just borked yourself.
Because the reason I asked that is because I have something that
also,
gives
I mean,
me.
it's technically speaking, Lucky, the way this game works, I don't run it this way, but a lot of the stuff in advanced maneuvers is supposed to be optional.
Well, because the thing I'm looking at here is I have something that gives me a bonus to attacking pinned enemies.
Yeah, they don't
So,
have to be pinned
like-
by you,
Oh. Okay.
which is technically what these guys would probably go for. I mean, I think no matter what, like this is the power of like declaring. These guys declare first. They wanted to like hold Nicola down and then try and like, you know, throw him over the side, like, you know, physically lift him up. That was before he punched one of them and started heading down the stairs. So I think technically what they have to do to keep making sense is they're going to drop the pin and attempt to attack Nicola.
Okay.
The idea is similar to a shove, to have them just like kind of like push you down the stairs. And they're going to try and like back up the stairs.
So they're trying to push me down the stairs, not off the boat.
Yes. Well, because
Gotcha.
You jumped into the stairwell.
That's fair.
Okay. There's 3 guys still with Konrad. Actually, would that make more sense? Have those 3 guys try and rejoin those other 3 guys so that there's 6 guys? Yeah, no, we'll do it this way. As he's running by, Vossler will say to those the 3 guys that were currently fighting Konrad, he'll roll his shoulder to gesture like, "Go below, you idiots! Don't let them take anything. Batten the hatches if you have to. I'm gonna get the rest of the boys." So those 3 guys will basically group up with the other 3 guys. They will form one group of 6 guys. It's like kind of like rotate Nicola here. Like these guys are like with him. And actually in that case, would they even bother attack Nicola? No, I think they're just gonna roll run to try and run deeper below decks. That gives you guys something to think about. So sense 2.
You mean the 3 by me are trying to run past me?
Well, the point of that conversation, Dallas, was they're not 3 guys anymore. They are now 6 guys.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna
coalesce.
I'm gonna do the same thing I do every turn, Batman. I'm gonna strike 2 of them and move deeper into the boat.
Okay.
Because I cannot run. So.
All right, Logesh, you're also sense 2.
Yep. Well. Yeah, well, it's still the same. I gotta make up some ground and distance and try to get over to Nicola. Or at least to the guys trying to beat him up.
I don't think you really gotta go to Nicola, but if you do want to catch those guys.
I could possibly run over to, I forget his name, Bloody Brad,
Right.
and at least maybe distract him enough so that I can
Get him.
So yeah, you know
I mean,
what?
he's suggested that he's planning on like doing a fighting retreat.
Yeah, make that not happen.
Who is doing fighting retreat? Konrad or
No, Bloody
Vossler.
Brad.
okay?
I know I talk to myself a lot when I'm in combat, but guys are making declarations and decisions.
Okay, my bad. So yeah, Logesh will try to run up towards him because don't know if a body is a reach weapon. Do we have reach? It's two-handed and a polearm.
I don't think reach is like a thing we talk about.
A thing, yeah. My bad.
It
so
is
yeah,
two-handed?
Yeah, two-handed polearm. I don't know if I can hit him from where I am though.
Well, you get 15 feet to scooch up. Let me see if I can see some stats about like the length. Blade was usually pretty long for an axe. The shaft is one of the shortest of the polearm, rarely exceeded 5 feet. Yeah, so it's not a long distance weapon.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, you're still about there's still about 5 feet between you and him. So
yeah, it seems like it's gonna be the run to get to him.
Fuck it, throw the Bardiche at him. Give him the bonk.
What would that be?
It would still
expert throw.
Sorry,
Technically,
coordination
it's
throw?
improvised, so it could be like body plus athletics.
Yeah, you know
But
what?
yeah,
Fucking
coordination
like a
plus extra throw.
javelin.
Nah,
I mean,
don't
I'm
have
thinking more like a literal hammer toss, like you spin.
Like the fucking actual boomerang throw.
No, you wouldn't be able to do that. So this thing's fucking 5 feet long.
What kind of role would that be? As you said,
Body plus athletics to improvise.
okay, I can't use reckless abandon with this one.
Probably not. No.
Yeah, okay, so
Funny.
fuck it. I'll do the suggestion because it's funny. Body plus athletics to throw my body at him.
All right.
I would keep
Can't
die
wait for it to
just
go
being
sailing
Like,
over the edge into the.
you gotta back up.
Well, you say you're in a market for a replacement.
Yep.
You want a cooler one. So I'm going to make the NPC parts very simple. Having broken a mast and clearly got these guys distracted. Aurelia and her 2 bodyguards are going to sprint for the captain's quarters at the back, so that you guys can secure valuable plot tokens.
Thank you.
Yay!
No, I don't
I
have
was
to do
hoping
that.
someone would do that.
It's good.
So, yeah, that means we're at 3 with Brad.
I wasn't gonna say anything until people tried to maybe leave the ship, but it sounded like Aren remembered.
No, I was literally I was possibly gonna take a negative to my run pool to run past Brad and run towards the cabin.
Fighting your Craven.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to worry about that. Let's see. Brad. If only I had remembered all my own abilities.
Brad.
Quarter.
Brad.
Multiple attributes of any 2 of parry, firearms, or sword, but still use the lowest pool. So he will declare parry plus sword. Because basically his plan is to, knock your flying Bardiche out of the way, Logesh, and then hit you with a cutlass.
Fair enough.
Hey, you stopped him from running.
Yep.
I mean, again, it's dark, but, you guys are all by, lantern light, smoking, evil bits of mast are, falling into the sea. The fucking sail is, gently fluttering down on top of you. And so a crazed guy spattered in blood, like I said, I think he does, a fucking, 2-handed hammer throw, spins and just, slings the Bardiche flat at him. And this guy's gonna be like, so my options are, duck this or, knock it out of the way. If I duck it, there's still a fucking armored guy in my way. So yeah, he's gonna parry and attack. Sense 5, Konrad.
Let's see. Do I want to use any of my esoterics? Nope. Connor's just gonna dart forward and bring his sword down on Brad.
Alrighty.
Take the Craven.
We'll see if it mattered that he declared a parry.
Ooh,
See
excuse
if he
me.
gets his ass beat.
Can you reach it from there?
1, 2, 3, 15. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's gonna scooch there.
Oh, okay.
Again, squares aren't literal, so diagonals
Yeah.
don't really work that way. So yeah, you can scooch sidle.
Okay.
That works.
Basically box him in.
Get fucked.
That's right. I wanted to something. But yeah, everybody has declared. I believe everybody can roll.
Okay.
Come on, dice, don't fail me now.
That is not failing you now.
Very solid.
He's gonna get bonked with a fucking flying bardiche.
That's a lot of ones.
He just kicked someone
Luckily for
really
him, that
hard
does
in the
not
dick.
do like because he's improvising a thrown weapon. It does not do full bardiche damage.
But
Yeah,
it's still.
With 3 width, it's probably still gonna hurt.
And let us not forget, I do have what was it? Pure commencement with lightning strikes. I can draw a sword and attack in the same round.
So,
I still have a rapier.
so Aaron, what are you doing?
Oh,
Killing.
that was all.
Attacking Brad.
Yeah, he's
Well,
dead.
I think he's dead.
I think he's dead.
we're very dead this round.
How much extra whiff do you do with that sword?
Oh my god.
That part doesn't
Sorry,
matter. Brad is not wearing a metal helmet.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. He's not wearing oh yeah, his head's off.
I like
He's wearing a
the
pirate hat.
idea. He sees the bodies coming towards him. He goes to block it, and then just Konrad's fucking sword comes to his neck. He's like, "Oh fuck!"
Honestly, his
I
head's gonna
mean,
be
I do
off
think
before-
that is what happens.
I think the sword hits before the bard. He sees the bardiche. He does not see the sword.
Yeah, no, I know exactly how this is gonna end up. I gotta figure out what. Let's see what Nicola's rolls is. 4 1s.
Yep. For once, I didn't get both of my attacks, but I do kick someone very hard in the nuts.
What would be like the? It's the
I mean, I don't know about a nut shot. I think you just kick the inside of his leg as they're trying to run down the stairs past you,
Oh,
which
no.
means that guy just goes, ah! Plump, plump, plump,
I
plump.
know what I do then.
Just
one's a
kick him in
fight.
the shin, and the guy hops up on 1 foot, not realizing he's on a staircase, and just falls over. Ah!
Ah! Damn it.
Oh, he's just gonna go for the
Just
fucking
gonna an ankle
bam.
lock.
Ah.
Break your fucking ankle.
They just forced
Yeah,
one.
so-
Yeah.
So, yes, basically what happens, you're running, screaming, Logesh. You go for the hammer throw. The bardiche leaves your hands. It's sailing right for Brad. He raises his cutlass crosswise, to slap it out of the air, and then out of nowhere, Konrad does his fucking gap closer.
Fell cleaves
So
once again.
at 4x10, what would be your damage?
It's 5x10 because of the master die.
Ah, yes, that's right.
Uh,
Yes. So
it
what
would
is your damage at
be-
5x10?
It would be 5 shock, 8 killing.
Oh,
Yeah, like I said, this guy, I did give him leather armor and like I think it's something equivalent to a hat, but that's not metal. So this thing's damascened.
That could
Yes.
that's an attack that could probably kill an ogre in one strike.
it will kill most things in 1 strike.
There was a bloody Brad there. Now it's just a bloody
Now
cloud.
there's just blood.
So yes, his head is
Yeah.
gone, but also so's most of his torso. Because I imagine another big like vertical swing, and Konrad, you just
Wait, where
let
was
the,
it?
the huge weight of this thing just carry you down. Your feet like leave the deck for a couple of seconds mid attack. That's how heavy this blade is. So Brad's head gone, watermeloned,
Oh, never mind.
and you
His ears.
dig a dent probably a couple feet down through his breastplate into his chest, into his torso, as your blade also bites a couple of feet into the deck rail. This guy is
Damn.
gone.
Yeah, there's just a fucking like cleave into the ship.
Or
He's
attacking
super
our
dead.
ship. Then kick him off the sword. For what remains of him.
Yeah, his corpse just kind of wet flops onto the deck. You probably then have to plant a boot on the deck to get your
Yeah.
sword out.
I think all the pirates are like, oh fuck, the captain got cleaved.
I mean, I don't think anyone
They
in their life
don't,
up on
they
deck
don't
can
see anything. They're running below deck.
Oh, fair.
Nicola does kind of break their only set, so they're like slow rolling.
Why is this metal man
so I
so
guess-
hard to kill?
I guess the question. Well, no, they're not trying to kill him. Like I said, the captain ordered them to go below decks and like batten the hatches. I think the main thing is just because he's like grabbing one of them by the ankle and like body blocking. Like Nicola's just like filling up the entire stairs with himself. So they're just
Yes.
like, I can't fucking get down. There's a man in the way.
My ankle is breaking.
Also, I do want to say, like, as Conrad, you're dramatically pulling the blade out. That's when the main sail, the middle mast sail, just kind of dramatically on top of you guys, forming kind of a screen wipe. So Logesh, your Bardish did hit that guy, but he was already dead.
Oh yeah.
I think
You
it
can
just
pick it
kind
up
of
at
like
least.
slaps blade first into what's left of his torso and kind of bounces and skitters across the deck.
Well, and if you do want to find something, you should probably try to find some sort of identity mark. Otherwise, we're gonna have to convince people. Yeah, we totally did that.
I mean, I saw you do it, but like my word's only so much. But I'm the Marquess, so maybe it goes very far.
I mean, that would mean that they'd probably have to challenge you to a duel if they said that you were lying.
Actually, steal their flag. That'll probably.
Oh
be
yeah,
good
take the
enough.
flag. Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually, Aurelia did pop the central mast, so yeah, their colors like flutter to the deck.
Yeah, no,
Final
take,
screen wipe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Snatch their flag. That'll serve as enough proof. Also, we can use that. We can use that as a fucking collectible trophy. We can put that up somewhere.
Yes. So basically, I'm gonna call the end of this combat.
Yeah.
You guys have taken out Bloody Brad. You got him. Got him real good.
Real good. Jesus.
I can only do so much against 5 10s.
All right, good job.
Yippee!
He's not really carrying anything like fancy on his person. Did I sign him any wealth?
I guess you guys can click.
Wealth 1.
Yeah.
All his shares are at the Citadel too.
Yeah. Like again,
Probably got time
he's
for that.
probably got a pocket full of coin, but it's not enough to. Actually, I don't know. Logesh, how broke are you?
How broke?
Yeah.
Wolf,
What's your wealth level?
Wolf 3.
Yeah, no. This is more money than I think. I don't think there's a single character here who doesn't have at least wealth 1 right now. So yeah, no. He's got like coins in his pocket. He has, because he was wearing a brace of pistols, he had like, powder flasks and shot and ball and stuff on him. He does have a key to what looks like the captain's quarters. That doesn't matter because Aurelia just casts Soul Shattering Strike through her boot and just kicks the door apart.
Listen, Shadow the Soul is great.
Yeah. Shatter the Soul is it's not subtle, but it is a universal door lock or door unlocker. So like Aurelia and Moira probably come out of the captain's quarters. Like Moira's just got like map cases under her arms. I think Aurelia's just got like an arm full of like papers and logbooks and shit.
Alrighty.
So
Conrad
Logesh,
offers
Conrad.
to carry this stuff.
Okay, yeah, she'll pass it off to you. I'm just gonna assume that in a 1v1 while he's metal and electrified, Nicola is just going to like beat 5 guys.
He's got time technically.
It's not even the electrifying doesn't do anything except intimidate at this point. It's mostly the metal part that's like, I don't think they can do anything to me.
So like they'll try, but I think you will like punch them out. So you're able to go below decks and quickly, rush to the powder stores.
Okay.
I would like you to make an I believe you have engineering, so you can roll that.
Yep. Student of engineering. I would like to set a charge.
I think Ike and Mattias will probably like, help peel a couple guys off Nicola, and then we'll probably start running back to the other boat.
3 2s.
A little
fours.
slipshod, but fast. I think you just grab a small keg of powder and are just like, all right, simple mathematics. The burn rate of demon fire is, knock the cork out of the keg.
Yeah.
You're metal and electrified. You just slap with your open palm the end of the powder. It starts burning.
So Okay, I'm going to leave my 2 jars of alchemist fire there,
Okay.
and I'm going to skedoodle. I will drop my. Can I drop it? Hold on.
I don't actually think you can drop Iron Flesh.
Thump. Must move faster.
It doesn't actually make me slower. It just,
Heavier.
yeah.
You drop the gangplank will hold you.
It affects his coordination roll, but
But I'm good at that, so.
yes, you did succeed in your engineering roll, so you can run the powder trail. So you have enough time to get off the boat. The only question was like, are the others gonna like stay on the boat with you? Like, is anybody gonna wait for Nicola, or is we gonna get out of here?
Konrad would probably wait.
Yeah.
All
right. Same with Logesh, but while waiting with Konrad, he'll probably give him a pat on the back. Good job.
By the way,
Also.
Logesh, you would heal all of or half your shock damage, rounded up to 1, so your shock in your chest is gone.
Yep. And in case it wasn't obvious, I will pick up my body. I'm not just gonna leave it here.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Yeah, in a rush.
Yep. We need to go.
All right, Nicola
As
comes
I
to
get
deck,
out of
says
the
we
hole.
need to go. So
We gotta go.
you guys, haul down the gangplank and hop onto the boat.
We are leaving.
The captain of the Windlass, who none of you have been introduced to yet, is definitely going to be like, okay, time to go. I just pull up planks, castaway lines.
I will do the most help I can do as someone with sailing.
Konrad looks to Logesh. Or not Logesh, Leslok. As the woman starts shouting commands.
Her ship. She's gonna get us out of here.
Her ship. Well, we gotta get out of
Okay,
here.
yes.
Konrad will then go help.
While
I
she's
sigh.
unfurling the sail, she will probably be like, "Hi, how you doing,
Hello.
Captain Matona Naitana? Former Order of the Navigator, currently independent,
Privateer.
merchant captain." As you can see, she gestures at one of the unconscious guys or a couple of the dead guys.
These are
on the
sailors. They
deck.
can have a burial at sea. Enos is gonna start, shoving them overboard.
Yeah, roll them over the side. As you can see, my previous crew and I parted ways on unfortunate terms.
Good enough for me.
But, she lets out she starts lowering the sails because this boat is only 70 or 80 feet long, which is still pretty decent, but not as big as the Foxhound, obviously. But she starts letting out the sail, but she's like, but if we don't catch the wind and get out of here, not gonna be much of a boat.
Right. True.
Also, probably don't want to be too close to the Foxhound.
That's what I
That's
said.
definitely true. I made it sure they don't follow us.
She will turn to the new people and say, any of you know anything about sailing?
Yes.
She just looks between the two of you and she says, whichever one of you's better, hold the helm.
All right, I go to the helm. No offense, Konrad.
Gonna
Nicola.
speed this up.
All right, what do you give me
She
to
will
roll?
start doing deep breathing exercises under one of the mast because she's gonna get ready to cast a wind witch spell to get you out of here faster.
She's gonna huff and puff.
Yeah,
Konrad
no,
will take
no.
over with the sails.
She will shout over her shoulder to Nicola and be like, you're gonna want to take us straight for the first few fathoms, but then bear. Actually, I can check the map. I think it would be what? Bear to port?
Starboard,
If we're going
starboard.
left. It's port.
Yeah. She's like,
This is probably the
bear to
largest
port.
ship.
Watch out for the cliffs.
This is probably the largest ship I've ever sailed, but I'll do it.
Don't worry, she's real easy until we gotta worry about rough seas. At that point, as you guys are like safely wheeling away. Actually, no, we'll do it this order. You guys like clear the end of the pier. You go sailing. The Foxhound goes up in a vibrant, violent explosion. Just boom, 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 boom. You know, secondary explosions is like different kegs go off, chunks of fire sail off. Like I said, Nicola only rolled
This
like
is the
2, so it's
kaboom.
not like a professional like packed explosion, but you know the amidships detonates, fire goes everywhere. You guys see like the fat globs of like the alchemist fires like scattering around, so like the boat is going to catch fire and nobody's going to be there to like fight that fire, so it's probably going to like burn and then sink.
Yep.
But like, you know, cannons, balls shot, you know, goes flying in random directions, dumped into the ocean. Amidships is fucking ruined. She doesn't like break up and instantly sink, but like the deck is fucked. The rowers gallery is like absolutely in disarray. So if the pirates were gonna catch up and like they're not gonna be sailing this thing out of here.
No, they aren't.
Like if they're lucky, they could get here in time and could like smother the fire to like scavenge some of the supplies left aboard the boat. But again, they're fighting, so they're
But
probably
once
not going
again,
to do that.
not my problem. If they can't follow, they're not able to follow us. That's all I care about.
I would like everybody to roll Eerie.
Yuri before sailing, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay.
Holy shit.
I mean,
Damn
you
it.
want to roll your expert sailor. You're technically you're at the helm.
I'll do Yuri first.
Does width or height matter more here?
How the
Axe, you have
Usually
3
height-
5s and 3 10s.
it doesn't matter.
4 or
Yeah.
5s.
Oh,
No,
you
these
have
go
4
with
5s.
Sorry, I did not see
Yeah.
your last one.
Also, we can leave the activity. We don't need the whiteboard.
Okay.
I just want to say how that happened.
2 8s.
7s.
Yep, 2 8s on 4
Remember,
dice.
you don't have inner listening anymore, right?
No, I don't. I still have the XP on the character sheet for when I find someone to teach me, but I don't have it active right now.
You guys know one NPC who's got the first level of it, but I don't remember which one it is. Edgar
Thought it was,
Wayland, his
yeah, I think it was
dad?
Wayland. I think it was Waylon.
Oh, that's the wrong amount of dice.
Okay, yeah. If it's Edgar Wayland, yeah, you can buy back your first level.
Okay.
Or activate your first level again.
Activate.
Okay, 2 9s for my sailing.
Activate.
Yeah, he has inner
Sorry.
listening, the first rank.
Yeah.
So did all of you make a match?
I believe so.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know how I made a match, but I did.
So an intensity 5 spell, which I believe this is, has
If it's what I think it is, it is. Yeah.
Oh,
a
damn.
Oh no, it's 4. Okay, that's still very big.
Not what I think.
That's like 50 feet.
Yeah.
So maybe you guys wouldn't be in range, but it's fine. I already had your roll. Every one of you, and it works anyway. Every one of you gets like a shiver down your spine. Coming from out to sea. Like something just happened out there, and a feeling of dread kind of overcomes you. Again, eerie is not like without actual like esoteric disciplines and stuff. Eerie is not a super fine sense. You guys just kind of get like that cold tingle that like something spooky just happened out in the water. Inner listening is what like you get a sense of like whether
The
it's
hard
like,
or soft.
yeah. Konrad, you would interpret this as a hard effect, a concrete effect. and that because your sense of dread sticks with you guys, it doesn't just go away. So you realize that was not just that like a single spell was cast. Something is coming toward you.
Omega, knowing what I've having traveled several times on ships in the Isle with groups of House Marin, is this a familiar Wind Witch spell or is this like a weird one?
Oh no, that's not a Wind Witch spell. That's not from your Wind Witch friend.
No.
Yeah, no, this is something
Oh,
else.
that's bad.
Yeah, no, this is
Yeah.
something scary.
Oh,
Something's coming at us.
Roll
Unleash the
sight.
schmacken.
oh, roll sight. Oh, by the way, I got
Yeah.
2 9s on my sailing. It looks weird because I fucked up my numbers.
I'll roll sight anyway.
So yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll anyway. This is not gonna work.
Or I'll get it home. 6s.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hey, Lucky, your side is
Can
better
I
than
roll
mine.
sight despite failing the Eerie?
Oh, did you not make the Eerie? Yes, because Konrad says something's coming.
Yeah.
Hey, Lucky, your side is better than mine.
Not this time.
Yeah, nope.
Conrad got
So-
6s.
Konrad and Leslok, you guys kind of like look to the front of the boat. You know, it's hard to see. I did not give you a penalty for the darkness outright because you guys are on a ship deck that has like night watch lanterns.
Night eyes.
Yeah, you still have night eyes as well, but in general, you guys are like at a source of like low light. So you guys are looking out into the water. As you guys are kind of like approaching the wave of fog, and you can see, you guys can probably hear a little if you're looking for it, something like the wake of something moving. And you two, the Logi brothers, you see like jutting up out of the water. At first, you think it's like, you know, one of the rocks. You're about to call out for Nicola to avoid it, but it is moving towards you. And kind of out of the fog, it's kind of like glimmering and metallic. And you can see swimming towards you, or possibly like scuttling across the shallow surface of the bay, the outline of what can only be an enormous, monstrous, shelled crab.
Crab!
Crab battle!
Giant enemy crab!
Can I roll?
Is that a sea devil?
Can I roll Monstrum?
Yes, you're a monster.
Oh, thank you.
What else are you guys doing though? Because like,
I am shouting instructions to Nicola about which direction to go
all right,
to avoid it.
yes, that's fair.
I'm gonna start thinking about like how to like if we're gonna fight, if we have to fight this thing or avoid this
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
To
you're gonna
avoid it in the
examine,
back.
you're gonna try to identify.
There
I-
may have been
I
a
don't-
brief glance from Conrad back at his sword, but then he shouts the orders to Nicola.
I attempt to avoid because once again, as much as Nicola has very high sailing, most of his sailing experience, he has the third in command at best.
You're probably not even
So-
third in command. I don't care. You did not actually join a crew.
Probably fourth in command.
Did you actually join a crew?
Oh, I'm just saying, above deck, there's not that many people neither.
Is there cannons on this boat?
On the boat?
Yes, there are some cannons.
3
you
2s.
have
'cause-
6 small cannons. Leslok, you can see pretty good in the dark, so you can make out some of the general shape of this thing. Like Konrad, you see mostly like a glimmer, like reflecting off the surface of the water and like catching the light. And Leslok, you know why Konrad sees this glimmer. This is a carcinus, also known as a chevalier crab or a knight crab. It's about 15 feet tall and 20 feet across.
Fuck.
And its outer shell, like its kind of like back plating, is sharp and spined and as hard as steel.
Oh.
That's why they have the name. They are like an armored knight. Spears, harpoons, and boarding axes just like stick in the surface. It's said that you can tell how old a carcinus is by how many weapons are lodged in its body.
How many are in this one?
Usually they stick to the stone shoals and the Ivory Islands. You can say?
I was like, how many things are sticking out of it?
It's got a few.
Okay. I'm trying to remember geography-wise. How far away are the Ivory Isles and Stone Shoals?
The Ivory Islands are the island door of the Fogveil.
Okay, yeah, so this is the natural area. Okay.
Yeah,
That is
but it's
the
probably
incorrect
still a
interpretation.
summon because something was spooky, and
Something
then it
compelled
showed
here.
up.
Look's just gonna start yelling about what it is, and
Yeah, you yell.
just like probably actually is like, has Lucy ever fought a night crab?
No.
What classification is a night crab?
Second level, demonic.
Hmm.
Big guy.
Let me check something here.
Konrad is resisting both the angel and the Enos on his shoulder, going, fight it, fight it, fight it, fight it.
The Enos on your shoulder is not telling you to fight it. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah. As a precaution, I'm just trying to load up a cannon to fire at it.
I am praying we don't die in steering.
Well, we'll do it this way. Nicola, roll your expert sailing again. You're gonna try
Okay.
and beat its body athletics.
Fair enough.
Because he got some matches, I will say this. The primary weapon, first of all, very well armored, like I said. Their upper shell is like steel plates. They
Like steel plates.
spit poisonous bubbles.
Bubble beam.
But the main thing is they have, super sharp claws. But also they move underwater. And they're amphibious.
Yeah, okay, I can do it. I'll do it. Well, if this roll doesn't work, I'll do it.
8.
Wait.
That's pretty good.
That's solid.
I'm not sad about that.
Well, shit.
Of
It's
course.
a on its body plus athletics.
Alrighty.
Well,
So, Nicola, you are
I
doing your
tried.
best to steer away. This thing is
I
making
tried,
a
Miles. I
beeline
tried.
right for you.
Omega, Enos is going to walk to the bow of the ship and is going to cast an infernal command upon the crab.
Okay. What's the range on it?
It doesn't say. Oh, excuse me, within 100 feet.
Okay, easily you
100
can
feet.
do that before this thing gets on the deck.
Enos will kind of turn around and be like, keep this one a secret. And, project his voice and bellow at the creature.
Holy shit.
Let's make that Master Die 10 for 3 10s. I don't think it actually...
come on, but 3 6s is just too good.
I mean,
Don't you
five,
mean 4 6s?
5 6s actually would be the.
Oh, it is 4 6s. Yeah, you could do 5 6s,
Who
lucky.
knows if it's that way, though?
That's if it cares of the width.
I don't think it cares about the width. I feel like I need to beat it on... I need to do height, because if this thing is being summoned controlled in some way, I might need to, fight it or something. Contest it. I'm not sure.
So, basically what happens is you give it a temporary mission to aid you.
Yes.
So it takes penalty dice if it goes against you, etc. Let me check. Monstrous summoning. Since that was the intensity 4 spell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you do summon it. You summon it to your location. Normally,
This
you
is
have to
just
worry
very
about stuff
intense
like the
discussion,
pact.
yeah.
But the whoever has summoned this creature is clearly not there. So Inos, this thing is not like charmed to you, but it is, supposed to aid you. So What would you like the crab to do?
Inos will just tell it to return to its lair and wait there.
So the rest of you, Inos says some stuff in Deep Speak, including if you speak Deep Speak, saying, "Hey, you crab, go home. Think about your life." The Carquinus stops, kind of like does that little like crab shuffle side to side. Like you have to imagine it's like standing on like the tippy toes of its big legs.
Mm-hmm.
You can barely see the glint of its black pearly eyes. It kind of like clicks its little mouth parts, and then its body like wholly sinks beneath the waves, and its shadow, its kind of wake below the water, seems to be moving away from you.
That was just doing a big sigh.
Oh yeah, I should mention Leslok is sighing because he's not out of breath. He didn't know he was holding in.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody does that sigh, because like
No, Nicola did not do
you
that.
sigh a little. You're probably standing on the bow. Logesh,
I was ready to draw my rifle to like shoot in the eye or something.
Like Everhelm and like Thorin are probably like behind him, like no shit, I've never loaded a cannon before. Here's the ball, and it's like, okay,
Yeah, I've also got shooting of 1, so yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah,
it's fine, it's gone.
Okay.
There's like that moment of like silence. The only thing you hear are like the gentle lap of waves and like the creaking of the boat. Naitana kind of like paused where she's like standing behind one of the sails and is like, "Is it going?"
It's like it's going back to its lair to think about its life for a bit. For the next, well, for at least half. Oh, wait, what time is it?
I don't know.
After dark.
You guys
after
went to
midnight?
like dusk.
it's the night.
Yeah.
It's not after midnight. It's like you guys have only been a couple hours. It's probably only like 8 or 9.
I was like,
Oh, it's only the rising sun, I guess.
but yeah, so Inos be like, oh, it's just going back to its home to think about its life, but that'll probably only last until, pulls out his pocket watch, probably till dawn. So we should probably not be here around that time. Puts his pocket watch away and acts completely nonchalant.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna roll, so Leslok can internally think about something.
Think about several things, honestly,
Yes.
because several magical things happen there.
I'm not gonna question it, but okay.
I mean, you would know that Infernal Command like exists.
Yeah.
Technically, what Inos said. Well, so Letter of the Law versus the Spirit. The factual text of the Septa script is that consorting with devils is not okay. But
Use it to make
actually,
pacify
you
it.
speak Deep Speak, right?
I do. I heard what he said.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just know that he basically was like,
Fuck off.
"Hey, crab, go home.
Yeah.
Take 5."
Leslok has enough. Leslok has more than enough faith that he would never use it for like truly malevolent needs. It's more of like, this fucking sucks. Let's get out of
you
this.
understand,
Yeah.
you understand Deep Speak. You know what he said. So like
Yeah.
you have room there to understand that like technically what Inos did would be frowned upon, but like you can make the executive call that he's not like consorting with devils, especially because this is a thing that
I remember
Leslok
the whole thing
would
with
have to
Bone
think
Devils
about.
too.
I think Leslok would have to think about this, the context of like, is it 2 wrongs make a right kind of a thing? Because also because you rolled Student of Sorcery, that was a fucking monstrous summoning. There was a summon crafter on this fjord somewhere out there in the mist who called a
happening.
fucking devil to attack you.
There's this fucking cabal of summoners after us.
Yes.
That seems worse because I can't think of because I can think of applications for Infernal Chant for good, like what Enos just did, telling a monster, "Hey, fuck off." I can't really think of a good reason to summon a monstrum.
Monstrous summoning is explicitly verboten.
All right,
it's
even
big
before like summon crafting like got basically shadow banned, it was already illegal.
I
So
want
basically,
Leslok to say this.
to ask Omega, what Enos did is kind of like we don't like that, but yeah. And then what the other person did is like, no, we're gonna kill you. You're a heretic.
But anyway,
Is that what
Inos
I'm
is
getting?
going to, like I said, nonchalantly make his way over to the captain. It's like, right, now that we've escaped all sorts of danger, I think we need to discuss our relations going forward, good captain.
Nicola will snort.
I'm sorry, you can't see it, but I did the lean like I was looking around the captain to look at Nicola on the helm. Just like, you want to say something?
I didn't say nothing, but I'm thinking it, and you know I'm thinking it.
I feel like
All right,
Nicola's
Nicola, twin
eyebrow.
fucker.
And
I'm just gonna go sit down in a corner somewhere.
yeah, you can't talk about romance, boy.
Oh, I can talk plenty
And
about
what-
romance. I'm way
No,
better at it
saying-
than you are, Senor
I'm saying
Aquapants.
Logesh. I'm saying Logesh.
Oh.
I had to
Yeah,
stitch
saying
you
that
up.
to Logesh, but I'm not getting involved in this shit.
Oh, par for the course.
I guess it is free to talk about that now. Actually,
that's a good
for-
horizon. That's a good horizon out there.
But Enos, we do have a conversation a bit. Well, we're a bit
Yeah,
further away.
you say that, yes. So she's kind of like pausing and like standing before the mast, because I do believe this takes the spell to speed up boats takes a process of hours in the casting.
Oh, in casting? Oh, never mind. Oh, she's actually casting. I'll leave her alone. I will have not said that.
No, you could say it now, because like it's
Focus.
to do. Oh, which is the actual?
I'm checking. I'm
text
checking.
of that one. Ride the wind. Yeah. Yeah, it's a process which lasts 8 hours, but basically during the casting, you speed up.
She just can't have like a heavy conversation.
But yeah, before she does it, she's like, she kind of turns to you and says, "All right."
It's like, Amos will look around and see if anyone else is going to get on this conversation.
Leslok will be there.
Konrad is listening, but he's not actually going to add anything. So
Okay. It's like, so, Inos will once again go with introductions, reintroduce himself, his full titles, introduce the Marquess, his full titles, and do introductions for other people. She will soon realize that she is in a party of Logi nobles, a lot of them, very highly placed ones.
Yeah, she kind of does look around at the crew and is kind of like, not confused, but is like a little surprised.
Mm-hmm. Inos will go on to explain.
I think she would comment like once you finish introducing, and she's like, "Well, what brings you out to the bloody arse of nowhere?"
Well, kind of actually hoping you could explain that. Inos will go on to explain that they only came through the Shadow Pass into the Fogveil because they heard that the Foxhound had been sighted in the area, and go on to explain that since the Foxhound and its captain, Bloody Brad Vossler, had tried to attack the Marquess before, and we were fearing a repeat action, so we decided to take, what's the term, punitive measures against them?
Proactive.
Proactive measures against him. Did not necessarily expect to find the Windless, the town of Svardis, or, giant crabs in the vicinity as well. So Inos is hoping that the captain can explain what she was doing there and her relation to Bloody Brad Vossler and this Marsh character.
Well, Nicola will start kind of in the order you say, and she's like, "Well, my relationship with Brad was what you saw. He's freelance. I was freelance. He was kind of a piece of shit. Piece of shite. But he had a big boat and he had a lot of guys." She kind of gestures to the boat. to her boat as kind of like illustration.
Mhm.
She kind of like reaches up and kind of like clasps at the iron band, and she kind of says, "I was told to wait with him in case he needed a swift boat to move stuff. We were supposed to be getting word tonight, but obviously, gestures at the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
If it's about Marsh," she kind of presses her lips and kind of like clenches her jaw a little and says, "I probably shouldn't say unless you can get this bloody thing off." She holds up the arm with the armband.
Inos is gonna take a look at it.
All right, you get a little closer. Enos, you realize that Lady White has kind of like walked over to you, and she takes a glance at it. Do you speak Elvish actually, Enos?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a mastery die?
Yep.
Okay.
Enemy?
She says something very nasty in Elvish. And then says in common, "Thorn manacle. I haven't seen one of these in hundreds of years."
I am going to make an assumption, Lady White, that this is some sort of control/enslaving device with some sort of sorcery embedded into it.
From what I understand, yes. It is a copy of the Giasa.
I see.
You speak Elvish, so you would know. Gias is a word in Elvish, which is very funny because it means both curse but also fate.
Mm-hmm.
Means both gift and curse. So it is, like the series of like oaths and things that elves are bound by. She describes this thing as like a copy of it. Naitana speaks and says, "Not really sure about the specifics, but yes. The person known as Miss Marsh, she kind of, scratches her lip and says, 'All right, so I'm not a pirate, but I did kind of decide to suddenly leave the Order of the Navigator and go on my own way. I did need somebody to help pay for my passage when I was hiding out in La Gartia, and a lady did offer to pay if I put this on.'"
Inos nods, but he's gonna hold up a second. And it's like, let me have a moment, please. I think I might be able to. Yeah. Inos is going to touch the soul on the manacle.
Okay, roll it. So I had this in a GM doc as to not call my shot, but this is technically not secret
Damn.
sorcery, so I will put it in Summoner.
That's 3d10. I'm on fire with
3
the
10s. You're hitting it crazy style.
to read what Touch the Soul does. A more advanced form of Hear the Sword, which harkens to a fundamental sense. This cannot be used at a distance and reverts to spend 10 seconds physically touching the object. Life, usually paired with a simple prance of cheering. However, this gives you more detailed information about objects and how they are handled. In general, this also lets you know the kind of thoughts and feelings which gone into making or using the item. When cast, the spell can instantly detect if the handled item is enchanted, and roughly how so. You'll also be able to tell if an item was made using or enchanted by sorcery, and can identify at least what school it came from, as long as you are at least passingly familiar with it.
So this is Summon Craft.
Mm-hmm.
You feel emotions. Enos, you do not like this thing.
Okay.
The emotions that went into this thing are trickery, domination, control. I have just added the Thorn Manacle to the list of Summon Craft spells. Like I said, I this is not a secret spell. I just didn't want to put it in the dock and have you guys go, yes, the Thorn Manacle.
That's
So
fair.
I
This
kept
guy
it
had
to
it.
myself until it came up in the plot. So basically, the way this works, this is the way that you get the pact without being attuned.
Oh,
Oh.
You create a black iron collar, a black iron band with your name written on it, and the intended target's name written in blood. And if you do, that you get +1d on Fascinate, Lie, Plead, Inspire, Haggle, Intimidate, etc. But they don't get +1d back because they don't know your name. The summoner is vaguely aware of the direction of the victim, just like the pact. So this is a tracking object, technically.
mhm.
Oh. Okay.
And also, at will, you may inflict one shock which ignores AR to the location it's worn at. Instantly,
So it's an electric shock collar.
basically.
I guess you could do that enough time just to like.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a combat round, so yeah.
Okay, that's what it was.
If it's around your neck, that's head. So that's 4 rounds. That's like 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
It's on her wrist, so it's like it could be worse, but that's still pretty bad.
So
Upper arm,
Wait,
but yeah,
it's-
it's on her left
yeah.
arm.
it's on
still-
her?
Yes. No, do
And is there
not.
a way to
Do
remove
not.
it?
You keep piloting the boat.
Well, he's wondering if there's a way to remove it. Yes.
Yes.
Enos, you would know. Yes.
Yes. Don't worry. I'm going to do that, but there's more information. Because after I do that, as long as she doesn't start fucking freaking out taking damage to her arm, I'm going to cast Read the Soul, which takes 7 minutes. Because I could just shatter, destroy, and destroy it, but I don't think I can read the soul on a shattered object.
No, it would be destroyed. 7 minutes? Yeah, she's not going to freak out. Like, you're just chanting and touching, and she's just kind of like looking at you askance. She does not have a lot of familiarity with soulcraft. I the other thing is like, Inos, if you want to take 7 minutes, because again, the person who's on the other end of this thorn manacle has a vague sense of where this manacle is at all times.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm pretty sure this was put on by Mariposa Marsh. I can't confirm it, but I'd rather not this person be enslaved. Fuck it. Shatter the soul.
All right, roll them. Yes, by the way, there's a whole paragraph at the end. The Thorn Manacle can't be broken by normal means without cutting the limits attached to, but sorcery and possibly even esoterics or martial paths could break it. However, you can't break your own Thorn Manacle under any circumstances.
4
We're on
8s.
fire.
So
Well,
Enos is
that's-
gonna,
yeah, you
hold the captain steady and so like and just be like, trust me, and just strike it with like a knife hand, just, and
There was like a invisible latch, and you just hear a little. This thing shatters into like 3 pieces and drops to the ground, smoking.
Enos is gonna grab the 3 pieces and throw them into the ocean.
Yeah. It smells vaguely of like dried blood and burnt hair when you do that, but
This is the second time I've broken one of Mariposa Marsh's locks.
she kind of rubs it.
Do I have to? I still have
Well,
to roll
actually,
sword
I
for
can
that
simplify
too?
stuff. No, it's not Mariposa Marsh. And now that she's not under the pact, you ask her, "Hey, can you talk about whoever that was?" And she's like, "I only knew her as Madame Marsh." And she describes a person who is clearly older than Mariposa Marsh. Mariposa Marsh was like maybe a couple years older than you guys. She describes
Okay.
somebody who is probably in their 30s or 40s. Uses the same tricks as Mariposa Marsh, though.
Her
Like,
teacher!
Calvin, I might think.
Well, maybe, why did I go sell it? What the fuck accent was that? Hold on.
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't know. You haven't used your accent
Just
correctly
let-
all night.
Sorry about that, cousin. I think there might be a coven
Naitana says,
involved.
basically, like, she describes, like, even when we were alone, she was always wearing a hood or a scarf or wore a mask over her face.
I think it's because I tried to use the word cousin and coven in the same sentence, and my accent just broke my brain.
Well,
Yeah, so
And
yeah,
obviously, she holds up her now bare arm. I know she was a witch.
well, that's just par for the course, I suppose.
And as for why we were out here, Madame Marsh didn't really talk a lot about the organization she represented, but she represented an organization. I guess you could say she did recruitment for them. You know, finding agents, crews, etc. I got here late, so I don't know exactly what she had Vossler doing before, but he implied that he was doing other jobs for her group before. So I guess that would mean her group was probably the one that told him to go after. She gestures towards Leslok, you know, the Marquess's property. What we were waiting here for, though, was she, you know, gestures back to where you guys got the prisoners, you know, who've all been just kind of like hanging out on deck, you know, maybe like sitting on the steps to below deck, kind of thing. What we were waiting here for was, as you can see, Vossler's boys went inland and tried to round up some people. Kind of bloody surprised that they had anybody to round up. But Marsh was supposed to be coming with coordinates and introductions. Actually, Konrad, you took the papers and stuff from Aurelia. What did you do with it? You just got them in your arms?
Probably would have like wrapped them in sailcloth for later, make sure they don't get wet.
Okay. So she'll probably gesture to like where Konrad has those like stowed in his pack or whatever, and say, "You'll probably find more in his logs, payment, etc." But we were waiting on an introduction. Well, Vossler was waiting on an introduction. I just went where Marsh said to sail the boat. Stuck me with those lugs, you know. Gestures again vaguely to the ship at where, you know, those 10 guys were standing.
Oh, there's only blood
Stick me with those lugs. Orders me to sail to the fucking end of the earth. Park in a ruined fucking port. And we had to do nothing but sit around and wait for whatever the hell she wanted with Vossler. But the group we were supposed to go was they're trying to link up with a group who are working out of the Ivory Islands. The Corsairs of the Ivory Islands.
That's a company name, isn't it?
Something like that, sure.
Wonderful.
Bold text.
Just wonderful. Wait,
Now,
why
obviously-
can't I open this lexicon entry? What the fuck?
Now, obviously,
Nothing there.
she points to where, even as the fog is kind of like closing up behind you as you guys are sailing out of the fjord at a fairly decent pace. The wind's not super strong at this time of night, so unless she starts wind witching, you're probably not going to catch like great speed, but you're sailing. But you can still see like the backlit of like the burning, smoking, foxhound at the back. Now, obviously, that's not going to work. So she's probably gotten in a launch and had them sail all the way back to the mouth of this fjord, and if we're lucky, whatever fucking boat she brought has sailed off to I don't know, the ankles of nowhere. Nowhere's knees. But that still means there's a group out there. And, well, let's just say that I'm reasonably sure that you're not friends. And obviously, holds up her arm, gestures with her bicep. I think I've been excluded from the friend club. So it's your lucky day, Marquess. The Windless and her captain are looking for more permanent employment.
Inos is just gonna have like a bemused expression, but turn to the Marquess.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys this before I say this.
I mean, Inos, what's your wealth level down to right now?
2.
2? Yeah. You did clean yourself up after shabbying yourself up, but you did shabby yourself up. The Marquess is the Marquess, though. She knows he's got money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say, well, that's good. I was looking for more.
No, well, you could say that, but I think it's usually better to say, welcome to, actually, have we actually officially named our Navy?
No. That would just be, the Navy.
That'd be something I think like the Lord of Sail would have to name.
Yeah. Well, just say, "Oh, very good. Welcome to the Navy of House Logi."
Yeah, but welcome to the Logi Navy.
Yeah, I don't like Logi Navy. We're not using that.
No, that's fair. Yeah, we're not using that.
That one does feel a little awkward on the tongue.
Yeah, that's why
yeah.
the Navy of House Logi.
Yeah, that's Logi.
Are we sure that one last is suitable for as a naval vessel?
Oh well, there's more ship. You need more than just fighting ships in the Navy, cuz. That's like, and
Well, I'm armed with six guns, which is more than most merchant pikers are. And once we can get a little wind in her sail, she gestures up to the sail. You'll be quite surprised at how fast she is.
Plus, a win-win of experience is invaluable.
Konrad gives a non-committal sound.
it's like, but very good. Let's put into a port, closest port we can, and well, closest port we
South,
can.
I assume. Please.
Yes.
I think we're going north.
Let
but
me
yeah,
find
right,
my
so-
bloody. Somebody give me a lantern and a chart. I'll plot the course before we speed up. So she'll unfurl some charts and do some plotting. What are the rest of you guys doing about deck?
I need to have a private talk, or at least like a hush talk with Inos a little bit.
Well, Inos is gonna move back over to the bow and stare over the edge.
I'll join you.
Konrad is probably still keeping watch because they're still in the fjord and tending to the sails when they need to be tended to.
Yep. If none of the others, I mean, Nicola's driving the boat, so I guess it's a question of if Logesh wants to. I almost really mealy mouthed that one, but I said his name correctly this time. Put another one in the success column. It's not a perfect score, but I'm trying. But no, unless Logesh wants to do something besides kind of like, he's sitting on like a ship bench or something.
No, currently he's sitting, but he's also currently lamenting not being able to go back for those dragon bones at the moment. So he'll just be thinking of ways to go get those.
It's not
Just
that hard.
stares sadly at his bardiche.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
and also he's just
I do
thinking
have
of
something too
planning.
before we call it a day. But if Leslok and Inos want to talk real quick, that would be perfect.
Inos, because your secret's with me.
Inos just kind of
Also-
blinks at that.
I know how much that means. I know how much it actually means when I say that. So, regardless, I know it's normal for that kind of crab to be in that area, but did you notice it was summoned too?
Inos just kind of shrugs. It's like, I don't know summon craft, cuz, but I do know it summons things. I do know that we've had many encounters which can be explained by summon craft. We have encountered people who directly use summon craft, and there's possibly a potential of several summon craft summoners against us. So all those clues seem to lend that crab was summoned. I do not know how. I guess I know why. Thinking about it, that thorn medical is a nasty business, cuz. Don't like
It
it one
is.
bit. But I'm guessing that crab was being summoned as a last-ditch effort to ruin our days, as it was.
Most likely.
It's like, normally I would not like to show such a card, but while I am fairly sure we could have fought it off, I don't know if we could fought it off without damage to the ship. And right now, as we are in, he looks around, the middle of the water, and I did not bring my wooden ring, would be very bad.
Rid of the water.
That could have gone many ways, and none of them good.
Indeed,
But
cuz.
I just imagine a wooden floaty.
Well, I'm pretty sure we don't have, full-on fucking, inner tubes, but I'm pretty sure we do have wooden rings that people can toss when trying to fucking save people.
Yeah.
I think there would be some, ideas, of like, certain kinds of wood float and stuff.
Yeah, no, we're not to
All that
like
good
life
stuff.
jackets and stuff yet, but
Yeah, I think at least
I
points.
should double check.
So points to something that I've been thinking about for a long time, but still wasn't sure until I guess about now.
well, then you're behind everyone else. I'm pretty sure everyone else is assuming that we've had a coven of witch lords against us for quite a bit now.
I didn't think they were the fault. I knew there was a coven of summoners. I just didn't think they'd be purely the witch lords, but I can't unassume that now. Many people could learn how to summon things. Just gotta really like pretty people. But
Yes,
this
but
proves it's actually those that made it this much and this potent.
well, you have to remember, cuz they've already summoned devils against us. Remember, on Tron, they summoned devils. That's not something you can do with Inos pauses for a second. Conventional means, nor conventional mindset. To use calamity against men is, well, for lack of a better word, heresy.
Many lines of the cross to learn the name of one.
I'm sorry, what was that, Axe?
There's many lines of the cross to learn the true name of one.
Well, cuz you would know better on the subject of other sorceries than I do.
How are we gonna go about this from this?
I'm sorry, you kind of cut off there at the min?
How do we go about this from this point?
Hmm.
I don't think we can just go to the mayor cages. That's not gonna get us anywhere.
No, not immediately, anyway. Inos is gonna kind of smirk, and Inos has not actually been looking at the Marquess. He's been actually just staring out over the water. But he'll turn to Leslok and be like, "Finally asking your advisor for advice, eh?"
I guess so.
Well, frankly, cuz we have a lot on our plates. Not only, well, first off, you're gonna have to inform the king, and probably House Marin. The destruction of the Foxhound is important, but who knows what might be out there. You'll have to inform the king that king as well as the fact that there might be someone plotting against, he kind of nebulously waves around you. It's like you are the Marquess, you are High House, you are afforded the king's protection. If you tell him you believe there is a credible threat to your life, he must at the very least consider it. Because then we're gonna go on to the next part. Cause I know there was a bit of chaos and whatnot, but there are people living in the Fogveil.
I gathered a bit considering those that left in the warehouse.
It's like, from what I understand, they have a society, they have a military. But also, if we're being on a technical of technicals, they're living on the king's land. But
That's something I have to talk with the whole council about, considering this place has been lost for so long.
indeed. And once we bring up said thing about the Fogveil, well, there's going to be a lot of interests perking up at that. From my experience, I don't think necessarily we'll have anyone rushing to claim responsibility for the land. House Ake might want a slice of it, because if I remember correctly, the Fogveil is quite fertile, despite its small size. But there's probably going to be a lot of work involved in it. Oh, just thinking about the logistics of it. You'll have to widen out the Shadow Pass to support at least 2 carts going through. That'll be a pain in the ass. We'll have to chart out the waterways to Port's Farthest if we want to reuse that. And honestly, you probably will. Better build on the foundations of an old town than trying to build a completely new one. Not to mention,
Remap the whole. Sorry, go.
It's like, not to mention that there's going to be a whole diplomatic relations involved as well. We don't know if those people are necessarily friendly or foe, or even if they'll accept the king's laws and rules. Because I'm gonna be frank with you. Cause they have probably not paid the taxes in 500 years, and they're probably not keen to pay them, going forward.
But you laugh if I think some of them don't know what taxes are.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they have some sort of taxes. Trust me, people like to organize. If they don't have taxes, they have tithes, tributes, something.
We'll find out.
We'll find out, but that's the thing. We also need to find out, cause we can't probably go back right away, but we are gonna need to go back. The Fogveil, especially now that we know that there might be raiders off the Ivory Coast, the Fogveil can't be left as is. We have to bring it. I hate using this word, but it is what it is. We have to bring it under control. It cannot remain a known unknown.
That means at some point we're going to have to remap the whole place and then rat out the monstrum, or at least make places that won't won't get crushed over by the monstrum within the place.
I'm sure the people within
Before
the
we double down on that next one, Inos has given me God's greatest segue. So you're talking about, we got to know more. We have to bring them under control. You guys are currently passing through the fjord. As you've seen from the map, there's spaces where it gets pretty narrow and windy. It is a fjord.
Yep.
It's like a glacial valley. So
Here comes the
kind of like
van.
from the vague, like, foggy side of the coast, is like Nicola's adjusting. There's like, it would be a horn blast, but I'm guessing it's kind of like almost like echoing out. Like, it seems like deliberately designed to, like, kind of rebound and experiment. And you kind of hear vaguely in the shadows somebody shouts, "Verdum!"
What does that mean?
Runic?
Well, no, that's Vertum. That's the name of the god. It's
Oh.
exactly like the scene in the 13th Warrior where they shout, "Oh, dear!"
Okay.
Oh dear.
to try and echo off the cliffs.
Damn.
So there's somebody, like, kind of vaguely shouting out from the shore side, trying to, like, get a bearing. And Itana's kind of standing there over the map, and she's just like, "Friends of yours?"
What would I kind of want to shout back, but I'm not quite sure what I should shout back.
I have an idea.
High dress.
No.
No,
No.
not
The
quite.
name of
Waza!
children.
What was the name of the sky deity?
Yeah, you guys don't know the name of the Sky Mother.
God damn it.
Fuck yeah.
She's a fallen throne.
Well, let's just yell back. They probably still know Okeanos. Probably.
Oceanus, yeah.
What were the two
Yeah, we can do
that
it.
were in the temple?
It's Okeanos and Tempestus.
Yeah.
I guess
well-
Tempestus then, yeah.
Well, Tempestus isn't the Sky Mother. She's storms, rains,
Yes.
and stuff. But we're on the ocean, so Inos will, bellow out, Okeanos!
There's kind of, you feel like there's like a beat pause where somebody's just kind of like, "Oh, huh, shit, that worked." It's not even a lantern light. There's like a little, like, spark of something, and there's a couple of torchlights that come up, and standing on the shore, you can kind of vaguely see someone out there, holding a torch up and waves it. Out of the fog, their kind of, like, figure, like, resolves. You see a young woman, probably right around your ages.
Mhm.
She's wearing a, like, cloak of, like, treated boar hide, with like a hood Normally you think this has like a. Actually, no, you would probably see it because she probably lifted. She's wearing like a flat white mask that is like adorned with ivory, like boar tusks are like stuck on it. Kind of like lift it back, so you can see, backlit by the torch under the cloak, auburn hair, medium skin tone, a little hard to tell her eye color, from in this lighting. But she's wearing clearly like forearm guards and like shin guards that are like, again, like reinforced hides and leathers, probably wearing like a simple like, I forget the exact term because I'm actually, my brain level's very low. Too much thinking, too much fighty.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of like the kind of like, boiled leather, like, skirt with like the armored tassets to kind of hold it together, and like, looks like more of that wincy, kind of that wool and linen blend of like breeches, and like kind of like a, not quite a cuirass, but like a similar like chest piece, in the parts of her skin that are exposed, neck, cheek, under the eyes even, and like a little on the brow, upper arms, hands, runes. Like even in the dark, you can see runic tattoos. She is extensively covered. In her belt, you can see it looks like she's got like a very like old patterned longsword, and then a newer but much more crude looking like one-handed hand axe. Around her, you see like kind of stepped back, several more like cloaked, masked figures holding like axes, clubs, swords. Some of them you realize are not holding clubs, but actually they are holding like long reinforced blowpipes. So hey, that was what the Vanguard was doing for ranged attacks.
Blowpipes, scary. Ooh, poison.
Blowpipe is very stealthy.
Probably put some poison on that shit.
But she kind of like, waves it and is like, and just says, "Hoy!"
Hello?
That's all like. Inos will just call back, "Hail!"
And so she says,
Should I get the sails more?
Yeah, slow us down.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
you
starting.
pull in a little sail to kind
Oh,
of
no,
like
reef
slow to
the
a
sails.
more
I
dramatic
guess
pace.
I'll
Yes.
join in the yelling because why not here?
No, don't join in the yell. We don't need multiple people yelling.
We don't need.
You don't need to yell. Basically, she like with the signal, she like hands some guy a torch and holds her hands up and says, "You've done us a good turn, stranger. If you return, the road, go east. You're looking for the forest of." Now this is me pausing because I gotta go somewhere else in my notes.
Well, this worked out.
I try to hook you back up with some notes. Also, fun fact, because it won't matter anymore because she's completing it right now. But this NPC may have, as her driving mission through this bin, had rescued Neve. So
Yeah, this is her sister Fiona. I figured as much, but I'm not gonna say it.
you can probably tell you've got dark vision, so it's a little hard to see through the fog, Inos. But you would guess this person kind of sounds and looks similar to the girl who introduced herself as Neve. So you would assume this is her sister Fiona. Spot. Yes, she says. Yeah, basically tells you to go east instead of west. Basically, go opposite the road that you went to Svardis. Go to the forest, the woods, a Varenspell.
Inos will call out, "Thank you! We will return!"
She kind of points and says,
Oh.
When you say that, she points and says, "Friend!" And then raps on her chest loudly, like, bup, 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 like beat, bup, bup, bup. Basically,
Is it a drum code?
teaches you the drum code for friend, yes.
Okay.
I'll do it back.
Yeah.
She kind of like nods vigorously and then says, "Stone and sky protect you." all of the rest of them echo, "Stone and sky protect you."
Inos
they're
will
gonna,
yell it
like,
back.
just-
I'll join you. Like,
into
yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna recede into the fog.
Mhm.
So yeah, basically that was told you to go to a forest called some kind of settlement. You assume called Verdenspel.
I'm already writing down like
Birds don't like it.
for later to meet visit the forest of Verdensepel to meet with the people of the Fogveil. Another attack.
All right. That's like Inos will,
Pretty sure that in Old Norlish that means like apple garden or apple farm. You're pretty sure it's not literally an apple farm, but you think that's what the words mean, Enos.
Prosperous
in the
forest,
dialect.
essentially.
Inos.
Basically, they taught you the code for friend.
I'll have to remember that. But Inos will, say, "All right, I'm for those cells, Konrad. Let's get out of here. I don't think there's anything else here." But then Inos will turn back to the Marquess and be all like, "I think we need to help those people, cuz."
I agree with you. I just don't think we can do it. I just want to figure out when.
Well, unfortunately, it's not going to be anytime soon.
Yes. I actually wanted to ask you, did we bring this up at the court or did we bring it before?
Well, actually, cuz I said we can't do that soon. I lied. I just lied to you. I don't know why. I did. Frankly, we can do this as soon as you want. But it's like, how high of a priority is it? Frankly, like, we have, he does,
He's got a fucking master die.
Minona
Naitana, by the way, casts Ride the Wind.
Rad. Cause, like, thinking about it, we still have the rest of spring and the first month of summer before summer cuts arrive. That's 2 months. Now, yes, we do have a lot of things we have to oversee, but honestly, once a lot of the projects are underway, we're just going to be doing a lot of paperwork.
I guess we could organize a time to at least meet the leader of their people.
If you want. I personally would probably see... Well, first off, we have to discuss the raiders. We have to figure that out. Because, like I said, the Ivory Isles, that is off our island, right? I'm not being dumb about it.
Those
Okay.
are off the shore of Norland. Yes,
Okay.
That was. Actually, technically, yeah, you guys know this because you read all this shit about House Vilter. Those were technically unsettled at the time of the Covenant. It became a branch family of Vilter, retook those islands.
Yeah. So we have to find out what's going on.
And you guys know that. Sorry, but
yeah.
Rumors, stories, common knowledge. There's supposed to be, wild men, barbarians, living in the island.
Mm-hmm.
Corsairs? Not
Mammoths
officially.
there?
I'm sorry, what was that, Aren?
Wasn't there supposed to be big beasts? Mammoths?
Yes. And they're called the Ivory Islands because that used to be the last place you could find mammoths.
Oh.
The House of Vilter, the cadet family that branched it, was House Mammut. Sigil of the Mammoth, or the Olifant.
Okay. So, not only do we have to deal with the Fogveil, we have to deal with the Ivory Isles. But before we do any of that, Inos is gonna, give a side eye to Konrad. It's like, Konrad, man in the cells. We need to make sure that Konrad's castle and Lorelei Rock is in order. Not to mention that the professor will be arriving soon, and we need to get her in order as well. So I'm pretty sure for the rest of spring, we're booked up. Just managing things. So if you did want to return to the Fogveil, try to meet the people, Summer 1 is probably your best and only shot. That is if nothing else shows up that is of a higher priority. After that,
probably
Summer 2, that's all Summer Court. We will be completely booked up. We will not be able to leave. Summer 3 will probably be your best shot afterwards. And once we hit fall, well, we're going to have to worry about the harvest then, doing all the usual festivals and dances. And I do believe, well, I have tentatively put forth that we should make a trip to Eklands for, diplomacy and maybe a little investigation of our side. Plus, we need to start working on our monstrum hunting parties for the fall. We need to clear them out before winter settles in. So I'm not entirely sure how much time we will have then. So if you want my honest opinion, cuz, we need to go back before the summer court, probably summer 1. We need to investigate the Ivory Coast, speak to the people at their settlement, and if you wanted to bring it up at the best time, I would try to convince someone in a leader position from the settlement to journey back with you and present them to the High King, so it does not seem like we are spinning fanciful tales. Remember, it is not merely what people say, it is what people do that gets people's attention.
Make a point. I like the idea. We'll have to see how tenable it is later.
Yes, I am just one man, and I can only give my own advice. I would highly recommend bringing this up to the rest of the council. Because I want to remember, you're the Marquess. You go where we say we go, whether we like it or not. If we like it, no problem. But if we don't like it, we're gonna do it anyway. Just complain a lot about it.
Then let's get home first.
Oh, that sounds like a blending thing. Marquess, I'm telling you right now, when we get home, I'm taking a week vacation.
Well, don't worry, lad. We'll get you home as fast as we can.
Don't worry, I've taken a week vacation.
Naitana has a master die,
Rad.
so she gets 10s.
Yeah.
Her pool's not huge, but she is a very practiced wind witch. So basically, up to 8 hours, she can double your speed of boat. So you guys are going to sail super rapidly to, as soon as Discord pastes the name. It's not important, but there's a small village, fishing village.
Cool.
You're gonna fucking copy the name I made up, Discord? Or you gonna fuck me? Fuck me over?
Yeah, no, Inos says vacation when we get back, but Inos is totally going to stop by the Dragon's Eye before he actually heads home. Whoa! That is a word, Omega.
Yes, this is a small fishing
The
village
Vicky
in yes,
Yeah.
this is in Gridarvol territory. It's a small fishing village. It's basically your last port of call if you're going to try and go like round the horn all the way around Norlon. Usually you don't like to do that because that means you got to sail past the haunted ass coast.
We're already
And
there.
also the Ivory Islands full of barbarians. So like it's not great, but it has Naitana knows that it has a dock big enough that you can basically have the windlass like pitch in there and you guys can hike back to Silver Tower.
All right.
Sorry,
Will
it's almost
Naitana
running
be
out.
able to sail the boat on her own, or is she still going to need people for that?
Ideally, she still needs, like 6 to 10 guys. Yes.
Can we?
Luckily,
hire...
you do have 10 bozos.
I do want to add that
The
or at least
prisoners.
I want
Some of them are
Yeah.
sailors.
All right.
She can probably hire on, especially with the Marquess bankrolling it. Yes, you can find some fishermen who will become sailors temporarily.
Yeah. No, let's hire some dudes because I basically want to send. Yeah, no, this fishing village ain't gonna have what these people need. So let's see what get.
yeah, the Norport, I guess.
What is closer, Norport or the Bident?
Or Norport, if we're going south, would be Norport.
Yeah, if you
And
don't
we're-
want her to sail back north over the top of Norlon, Norport.
I don't think we'd want to do that.
No.
Still think it's
Shit,
quicker.
because it's like I assume we're like in the.
Yeah,
Well,
you're in the top left corner of what counts
Yeah,
as
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, because I assume that that's going to be Granum Bay.
no,
was the
so-
first thing.
So we'll get her some supplies, get her some sailors to get her to Norport. But then she's got to go to the, if she wants to, fully and point, she has to go to the Bident so she can meet up with, the Master of Sail and whatnot.
I mean, yeah, we can speed run that part. You probably just in Gevikabir or earlier because you've got you're wind witching. So technically, I think you might make it there before midnight if you guys want to sleep not on the ocean.
I don't mind.
There's probably like a small tavern or public house in the fishing
Yeah.
village you guys could take over for the night.
So I'll bring this up because I want to bring this up for
Yeah.
the rest of the group. While we're in that fishing village, Konrad will like look over at Enos. Enos, you know what was more comfortable in this place? The 12th Club. Could we make one in Stonehearth?
Inos, stops what he's doing, looks at you, looks down on himself, looks up. Why didn't I think of that?
Sorry, what did you say? I was typing.
Enos basically when stops what he does, looks at Konrad, looks down at himself, looks up, and goes, "Why didn't I think of that?"
The
Yeah,
12th
sorry,
Club.
no, the first part. What did you not think of? I missed what Aaron said.
Oh, making an atoll club
Or Norlawn.
Ah.
For Stonehearth.
in Stonehearth.
Yes, that part.
Enos, muses to himself for a second because that is a pet project of Princess Estelle. So we probably...
Russian?
No. Now you've given me the idea, Konrad. No, we're gonna surprise the princess with it. Yes. Oh, we'll play nice and ask permission and stuff, but we'll do it anyway. When she gets here, she won't expect it to be done, but it will be done. Then we can show it off. Yes. The star.
Oh, you got him fucking scheming.
Turns out everyone else can make ideas too.
The shoulder Enos is not a shoulder Enos, is Konrad.
Yeah, it's a shoulder
Sounds
Konrad
good.
right now. But it's like,
And if she's angry enough at us, that means I can fight
oh
off
no.
Paloma.
No, I don't think she'll
That's
be
win-win, I guess.
angry. We'll just have to be very, very careful. As long as we make her a founding member, we'll just make her a founding member without her knowledge. Well, maybe not. Enos kind of waves his hand, is like, I'll figure it out. Yes, Konrad, we can totally make... I wouldn't say totally. We should make a club.
Absolutely.
Absolutely make a star club in Stonehearth.
Konrad just gives a big shit-eating grin because he's glad that he made a good idea.
No, that's a great idea. I was hoping you'd bring it up because you had the idea originally. I'm like, shit, that's Konrad's idea. I can't say that now.
Yeah, that's
So
why I
to
wanted to
kind of
bring it up
like
before.
encapsulate then. I think we're gonna probably speedball you guys going back through Silver Tower.
Yes.
You guys will pick up your stuff and leave. Enos
I
has
do want to
plans
say,
speak with
Priska.
Oh god, I can't. It's fucking 1 a.m. Sister something.
Priska Ecclesia.
Priska, yes, you know the right one. Yes, Priska. Gonna leave a note with her, but then you guys are gonna withdraw. So my primary note levels right now is detour in Dragon's Eye via Drakesboro. So if the rest of you don't want to hike all the way up to the Dragon's Eye, Enos can go up, take Aurelia, and the rest of you can chill in Drakesboro for an extra day.
It's
It's a resort town. You can fucking relax.
Sauna.
Yeah.
Sauna, hot
I
springs,
do
etc.
want
So
to
we
say
can
with
tackle
my
that next time.
I do want to say my list of things I wanted to do for next time, or at least-
Well, we should. I think we should save him for next time.
okay.
Well, yeah. This is the thing I want you guys to think about over the week, I should say, and to leave the listeners with the tease. When you guys actually get back to Stonehearth, which you should do out of the Dragon's Eye,
Yeah.
Yes.
enemy to
Yeah.
be there, so we'll talk about that stuff. The primary thing I want Leslok to think about is what is going to be in his letter to the High King, because Inos has advised him to let the High King know right away. And then when you're going to send that. What part of the trip are you going to send it? Are we waiting all the way back to Stonehearth? In which case, you've got extra days to think about it. And then, we can work from there about your next steps.
I feel it's reasonable to do it through Norport unless we get one of the Harpuya.
I mean, your harpies are there. That's what they're for. You got 3 of them.
Yeah, no, they'll
I guess
probably
I've never-
they'll probably be
I've
back
never
when we
from
get back. Probably.
So I'll just. I kept them.
Technically, they could have flown over the mountains and reached you while you guys were in the field. Just you didn't tell anybody to forward my letters via Harpuya.
Well, I'm
Fair.
not
More
pretty sure we
letters
weren't
when we
expecting
get
to find.
back.
We were expecting like the pirate part, kind of, but not the rest.
Yeah, but
So much rest.
so much rest. Need a vacation.
I'll wait until the
That's
session's
what you
over
guys
then.
got.
I think I don't know if you've caught it, but I said like a couple of weeks ago, Conrad's like, "What are you guys gonna do when we get back?" I'm like, Nicola is taking a self-care week.
Everyone is.
I think everybody's going to take a week. Another thing to think about is by the time you guys make it back to Stone Hearth, because you're planning on a detour, it will be spring 3. Company actions will refresh. All your stats will be up.
Also, when I get to Stonehearth,
So
I'm
you-
going
you
to
ready to run some
make
stuff?
the official thing for Konrad to be in charge of the castle,
Yes.
so he can
Yeah,
get that away.
We got that part. So let's do
Okay
EXP real
about
quick
that.
because I think Loth's on his fucking phone. Good work, everybody. You role played, I think.
I think.
Actually, yeah, no. Even in combat, there was some role playing.
Yep.
You
I'm
know,
sad
like I said,
because-
even Logesh got some stuff because he yelled and chopped people in half with a bardish.
He did the Bardish too.
I'm sad because
We had some
Lucky
fun.
cost me a boat, but it turns out it was the morally correct action.
What? Anyway.
Oh no! If we killed the crew of the Windlass, I was keeping this boat.
That would not have been up to you.
Fair
It
enough.
wouldn't
True,
have.
but I think Nicola would have the best argument for, hey, boss, can I keep this boat?
It's true.
That's fair. Well, we got there. It probably been an okay situation.
But you got a different boat. But yes, everybody's here. Everybody did role playing, so that's 2. I'm sure several of you have clocked some missions because
Yup.
definitely Leslok, you completed your thing because you guys.
Everyone's
got back.
alive.
I put you in a fishing village.
And not
Alive.
maimed, which
Yeah,
is
honestly,
mine.
I'm shocked. I rolled like
surprised-
15 dice, and you guys just fucking. It was all the fucking hands. God. I
Hard
think
to be-
like this whole
Part
trip
of me is
between,
sad
like, the
that we
pirates and
didn't get to fight the crab.
That would have taken a long
I
time.
had it as a bonus guy, but it'd be pretty
Oh,
tough.
I had a
I
plan
feel like
for it.
I wasn't sure, but I felt like that crab fight might have been a little hard.
Oh,
I,
I
was
was
maybe
going.
cut off one of its legs or something, then push it into the back.
I was going to have if it had tried to clamp onto our boat, I was going to have Oriadnir basically jump on top of it and drag it away from us.
I took
It's
it
a
as
pretty
like
tough
it was at
cookie. I
least
can
like
throw
half
the
the size
stats
of the
in there.
ship. So yeah.
Not half, but like a third. But it's like it was like I want to say like 20 feet long. So yeah, it's like a
It was like
quarter or
50,
third
it
of
was
the
20
boat.
feet wide and 15 feet tall.
was
That's
less
so close.
concerned
I'll-
when he gave the dimensions of it, because I thought at first it was like like the size of the foxhound.
No,
The
it's
windlass,
still
yeah.
scary. It still has might in a naval battle, but
It still like encompasses us.
Anyway,
it's still a big one. I'll post the stats for you to look at later. But any missions you guys got, you can clock out your EXP.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh, actually, hold on. Technically, actually, no. Fuck it. Inos, I won't roll for Naitana to see if she didn't like you because of unwholesome. Take your unwholesome point. Those pirates did absolutely just see some weird fancy iron demon and go, "Oh, we're just going to beat this guy up."
Oh,
Oh, you're rich, probably.
You're a fancy talky boy, huh? We could take you, and then you were like, "No, you cannot."
get off my boat.
So yeah, take your unwholesome problem point.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was a little like wondering why like the bosun started mouthing off because I kind of missed it, but now it makes more sense.
Makes sense in hindsight, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like,
not.
I had a
That was
feeling-
always my plan. Basically, those 10 guys were hired by what you know as the syndicate.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So they were probably not inclined to work with you, especially once you started saying you guys were like part of House Logi. They were kind of like, oh, those were the guys that Vossler was told to fuck with. Oh, and I'll probably have some more information about the Corsairs and what Vossler was doing next session when you guys actually have a chance to like read through his logbooks. We can expositize that at the top
Yeah.
level. But yeah, so there's your EXP for the day. Everybody had a good sesh. We're gonna reel it in, and we'll see you next, Tim.
Next time.
Tim fell overboard.